Hello everyone, welcome to the first Hobbit tournament. If there's any issues, let me know right now because we are doing this for the first time and it's always a little scary. I have with me here today the one and only Shockster. How are you doing?
Yo, what's going on, gamers? How's everyone doing?
Alright, let's go over the bracket for today, see what we're going up against. So, first match we'll be covering will be Complex Beaver versus Xahrak. Shocky, can you tell me a bit about these players?
Yeah, so I'm actually kind of excited about this match because Xahrak is one of the favorites in the tournament. Of course, he's a pretty good runner.
Definitely.
Consistently runs the game.
Very active
But
right
on the
now.
other side, he does have Beaver. Beaver is from another community from Harry Potter. I'm sure most of us know who he is. He's a very distinguished runner in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
So he does have speedrunning like background and stuff. So I'm expecting a really good fight out of Beaver and from Xahrak as well. I don't want to meme too hard. I don't want to give any bias or who I want to win, but I think the match will be really good. And
Yeah.
these are two very experienced runners, and
You never know. You never know for sure, right?
yeah.
So
but I'm really excited for that one.
The big thing is obviously Xahrak has the better PB right now, and he's consistently playing. But it's only a best of one format. We're doing one race per the players, and whatever happens, happens. There's only single elimination, so it's really going to come down to who can perform consistently under pressure. And that's something that I haven't seen too much of from Xahrak, so I don't know how well he'll do.
Right, that's another thing I kind of wanted to gloss over is how these runners will adapt to that situation, right? Because knowing the Hobbit and stuff, the game is very unforgiving, and one like mistake can cost you a chunk of change. So I'm kind of curious to see how the runners will alter their strats, taking saves, doing different stuff to kind of offset the huge time loss that like one death can cause. So that's another thing to look out through all the runners and stuff, right? Is how they combat this and alter their strats and what saves they take and little things they do is very important to keep note of.
Yeah, absolutely. And one big thing also, I think, is the experience. Because when you're in a race situation, one thing goes wrong, it can throw off your entire game plan. Unlike in a normal run, where that big thing goes wrong, it's a quick reset, you're going to have to know your backups, you're going to have to know your plans.
Yeah, that's a great point. Like, just having general game knowledge and stuff is gonna prove to be a very important factor in these races here.
Yep.
I am looking at chat. It is. You did say it's NMG, right? Some people said Beaver saying all. It is NMG, guys.
It is NMG. PC NMG. Let's not start running the wrong category because you will likely lose.
Yeah.
Well, technically, if you want to run all quests, it is an NMG completion as well. You are doing no major glitches in all quests, so it wouldn't be invalid, but you would definitely lose, so probably don't do that.
And I guess we can move on to our next round one matchup here. We
have
King Russ and Kyro. So Kyro, and talk a little bit about these runners. Kyro is a very old, seasoned runner in the community. He's been around for a while, starting with GameCube, and then switched over to PC, and he's been taking a little bit of a break recently. I haven't seen him in quite a bit, so I'm kind of curious to see how Kyro is going to perform. What do you think is the expectations for Kyro in this
Kyro is a tough call because he has been inactive, but he does have that more old school game knowledge than the other competitors we've been seeing. And King Russ is interesting, to say the least. Very much so active in the challenge communities, not always active on the main board, but still not bad times out of him. So it's really, we have someone with proven game knowledge in NMG categories, and someone with general game knowledge. And I really wonder how that's just going to end up panning out, because in terms of PB, I believe they are pretty close as well.
Yeah, I agree. This is a very even matchup in terms of times, but again, as we talked before, that game knowledge and experience of when, to put it mildly, when stuff hits the fan.
Yeah. I think this one really
might know what to do.
Might just come down to the plan, what they come in with and how they execute.
Yeah, the plans for each runners are definitely going to prove to be important here, and especially this race. This is a very even matchup But we'll see how it goes. Anything could happen in a race, especially in a best of one scenario. Anything can happen. So we'll see how these runners adapt, and we'll see the strategies they employ.
Absolutely, it's going to be an interesting one. Now, in the further rounds, it's really going to come down to, we'll have to see who advances, and then we're going to play it out. But as you can see, we have some hard hitters in round 2 as well. Obviously, not to boast, including myself and Chalky right here. Hopefully we can perform as well. We are also entering this tournament, making the production a little bit harder. But other than us, there's also Sadley, a newer runner, but actually has a very impressive start of their runs in general. And we're going to see how far that actually takes them. There's also Frosted Frequencies, who is a newer runner, not very active within the community itself, so a bit of a wild card. And of course Ember, who he's been around for a little bit and is definitely no slouch. Actually 4th in terms of PB out of all the competitors we see here on the leaderboard, so definitely there is a timeline where Ember is able to take this.
Yeah, totally. And again, in a best of one scenario in an unforgiving game, anyone can do whatever, anything can happen. I also do want to let everyone know, for those who aren't aware, the bracket is randomized. It's not, seeding isn't based on PB. So the bracket has been randomized. So if you're looking at like the seeding numbers for each runner, just know it is randomized. It's not based on PB. We want to try and make it, not maybe like just as fair as possible. Maybe that's not the best way to say it, but we just wanted to have everyone, to have a chance and whatnot. So
all right, Chalky, I'm gonna let you handle this for a little bit. I'm gonna go get our first runner set up, and I'll be back with you shortly.
All right, sounds good. All right.
Hello, gamers. Can you unmute yourself?
No.
Absolutely not.
Maybe.
Okay, just really quickly. My Discord wasn't set up to the right thing. I heard the last bit.
Chat, we're good. You guys can hear me, right? Oh man. Okay. What was I saying? All right. Yeah. Okay. So the first matchup, obviously, as we said before, is Beaver and Xahrak. We can hear. Okay. Good. No, it's all right. It's all right. But yeah, there's bound to be some technical issues. I guess. This is the first time we're doing this, so please bear with us. But yeah, what I was saying before, if you guys have predictions in the chat for Beaver and Xahrak, if you guys, whoever you want to win or if you think it's gonna win is fine. Maybe we can set up like a poll with some. I don't know how many channel points are in the chat right now, but maybe we could do something like that coming up soon. But yeah, as I was saying before, just to reiterate, we have two very good runners in their own right. Again, Beaver, very seasoned speedrunner, speedruns many games, and is really good at the Hobbit. Within itself, and then of course Xahrak, the top bloke. I mean, that's his name for a reason. He's currently 4th place on the boards. Very consistent. Well, he's been streaming his runs consistently and stuff, and he's been pacing and stuff. But yeah, so this matchup could go either way. Again, we're in a best of one scenario, so of course anything can obviously happen. But I'm kind of curious to see what you guys think in the chat. You think Beaver or Xahrak's going to win. And again, if you do have questions about anything, now would probably be the good time to ask it before we get the first round started here. So, And again, I just want to thank everyone for showing up. I do see a bunch of names in the chat, runners, and all kinds of names. So I appreciate everyone showing up for the first tournament in Hobbit, showing your support. And it's greatly appreciated. And hopefully we can get things started soon and bring you guys some good matches, some good speedrunning matches. Yeah. And Johnny asks, can we bet with channel points? I guess we can. I'm really bad at moderate. I don't know how to actually set up like a prediction. I guess it's just I can set up a prediction with the first matchup here. Yeah, we'll do that. Let me see here. If I can get this started up. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, Speedy, if you want to set up like a prediction with when each round starts, just put the runner's name and stuff and put it up for like a minute or two so people can bet. So I don't know how many channel points are going around in the channel right now, but we that'd be a nice little thing we could do for the viewers to interact with the games going on. And again, with the Hobbit, I just want to reiterate with this game.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I am back, and the contestants have been set up.
Oh,
we're going to be seeing Xahrak versus Complex Beaver up here very soon. Both runners are ready and waiting. So let me switch over to the actual race scene. And let's get this started. So yeah, both runners are going to be very interesting to see here. I'm going to go back and I'm going to count them down now, so prepare for a good race.
All right, guys, we do have the prediction up in chat, so if you do want to predict for that, we got Xahrak and Beaver, obviously, as you've heard for the 5th time already. But yeah, prediction is up, so if you guys want to partake in that, then, yep. All right, I believe we're underway, barring any further technical difficulties. So we do have Beaver on the right, Xahrak on the left, and this is the first level of the game, for those of you who don't know. It is called Dream World, and it's a very short level, and we can see Xahrak on the left hitting the slow boost here.
All right, I am
It
back
is a
with
very
you.
short level, but this first boost can be very tough, especially in a race setting, and Beaver
Okay.
does get its second try. Are we good? We're all good?
We're all good. I'm just going to have to do a tiny bit of syncing, so unfortunately the stream is going to look a bit weird for a second, but you will still be able to see the gameplay. Unfortunately, while that ad played earlier, it looked like it desynced the stream, which was a bit unfortunate, but nothing we can't handle. So if you can cover the gameplay while I'm doing that, we'll be golden.
Yeah, sure, yeah, no problem. So this is the second level AUP. Very movement-based level, not many tricks going on. We do have an invisible wall to jump over here, which Derek, you can just see before the little bit of delay there, but you do have to jump on the roof of the building and jump over an invisible wall, and then the end trigger is right at the end of the level there. So Beaver did have a little trouble getting up on the roof of the building there, so we're gonna have a little bit of a lead here for Xahrak going in the first 4 splits of the game of the run. And Xahrak does hit Troll Hole boost first try. That is a very nerve-wracking boost to do. It can be a bit difficult here, especially to hit that in a race for first try. So that's actually really well done by Xahrak. He's playing extremely well to start off the first race here. Beaver's going to have a little bit of catching up to do. But of course, there are still things that can happen during the run.
Oh yeah, anything can really happen, and we should be up in sync now, so everything you're seeing is real time.
Ooh, Beaver got it first try as well. That's actually huge for keeping the gap as close as possible here for Beaver. All right, and they both look like they're on the same level now. So again, pretty close to, because the beginning here, but those missed slope boost, a missed slope boost in Dream World and Troll Hole. Dream World's a little different because you can refill the meter by throwing rocks at the enemies, but each one of those boosts wastes about 9 seconds. Especially in Troll Hole, there's really not much you can do to refill your meter.
And big moment from Xahrak, hitting Pillar Skip there, one of the scarier tricks in this level. But
yeah,
no problem.
Pillar Skip is definitely one of the tougher jumps in the run here. It's not only is it a tight jump, but you also have to get your attack out to grab the ledge very quickly, otherwise you just don't reach it. So again, a very cold-blooded strat from Xahrak, but hitting it first try.
Absolutely.
Xahrak's playing really well.
Yeah, and I didn't see any save from Xahrak, am I correct?
I did see him. He did do the drive-by save. He
did,
drive-by
okay.
save. He did, yeah, correct.
Fair enough. I respect the play, it's always weighing the risk and reward, and I think that save is pretty much a freebie for anyone going for Pillar Skip.
Yeah, that save is right. You can hit it with a long jump, and mid-long jump, you can just grab the save. And then we see Beaver here. He opted out of Pillar Skip, which again, within itself, is a very smart strategy. It is RNG dependent, because when the rocks fall, determine how fast, obviously, the pillar breaks. Dependent.
My bad.
No, but yeah, he opts out of it. He didn't lose that much time. The RNG seemed pretty decent, so not too far back as Beaver here.
Yeah. Actually, I'm pretty impressed with how close Beaver has kept it so far. A lot of things can happen in the early game, and when you're someone who hasn't been in the game for a while, just coming back for a race of all things, the pressure's high.
Yeah,
it doesn't
that's
look like it's
another
getting
thing.
to him.
Yeah, that's another thing to keep note too. A lot of these runners are coming back to play in this race, and maybe they've taken a little break, or they're speedrunning other games. In Beaver's case, he's speedrunning Hogwarts Legacy. So a lot of these runners are kind of, in a sense, almost de-rusting a little bit. But as we can tell right now, Beaver doesn't seem too phased, and this is some high-level gameplay going on right now
Definitely.
from both runners.
And Xahrak, though, that looked like it actually ended up being a very decent overhill time.
Yeah. Again, Xahrak is
clocking in at a 2:47 overhill time is actually very, very respectable.
Yep, agreed. Anything, so for the runners out there, a sub 3 overhill is probably the first marker in that level where you start to understand everything that goes on with that level, with Pillar Skip and the clip and Bean Island jump. So once you hit that sub 3 marker, the runners really get a better understanding of the level, and to be consistent with that is very impressive.
Yeah. And we're going to see if Xahrak is willing to go for Invis minecart here. I'm seeing him hit the save, so I'm going to assume it is his plan. A very interesting strat, if you don't know. There is actually an invisible minecart at the end of this track that you can enter and take it to the other side. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Fortunate that Xahrak saved in this case, missing the jump to get to the minecart track where he was going to eventually find the invisible minecart.
And with that, Beaver is now starting riddles as well, so he's gained a huge chunk of time there.
Yep.
Not too far behind now, so that was a costly mistake from Xahrak, but let's see if he can continue the pace from here on out.
Ooh, and Xahrak opting to fall back to the normal strat. I respect it.
Yeah, that's not a bad choice, especially maybe, you know, he sees that he's in the lead, he's calculating the risk and doesn't feel like he should go for that strat again, because another death and all of a sudden Beaver's right on his tail, so very respectable decision coming up from Xahrak.
For sure. Now, there isn't too much more that can go wrong in riddles here, but coming up will be flies and spiders, and I think that is a level where you could really start seeing the skill difference between two runners, especially when it comes to just the consistency and being able to perform under pressure.
Yeah, I totally agree. Flies and spiders is one of those levels with a lot of slope boosting, and slope boosting, it can definitely be a tender point for a lot of runners. You know, it takes a lot of consistency and practice to get those slope boosts down. So it's definitely a level where a lot can happen, and there's also, you know, parts where you can fall into the void, and a bunch of janky stuff can happen. I don't want to jinx any of the runners, but
yeah. The good thing is most of it is recoverable if you know what you're doing. So if something goes wrong, we're really going to see these runners' knowledge get put to the test.
Exactly.
Xahrak hitting the first slope boost, not as easy as it looks. Probably one of the trickier slope boosts in the run, if I had to say. So that is always very nice to see.
Yeah, totally. That slope boost can be a bane for a lot of runners' existences. There's a few backups for it, but generally that probably, I would agree, is probably the toughest one in the level. And we do have another one coming up here for Xahrak.
Yeah, kind of a slow setup here. Looks like he wasn't actually that ready to use that save. Maybe opting into it last minute because he noticed he still had a lead going. And Beaver is going to be finishing riddles soon here too.
Now with after flies and spiders, we have barrels out of bond. Do you think that maybe Beaver could bring it back in barrels out of bonds? Because we all know barrels out of bonds can be a very annoying trick.
Absolutely, it can be brutal and it can feel a little bit random at times even. But each barrels miss is not necessarily catastrophic. So with Xahrak's current lead, we might see 4 barrels attempts before Beaver has a chance for his first. So I think it'd be tough for it to be a catch-up point, but definitely not impossible.
Yep, and we see Beaver here coming up here on the second slope boost. Opts to take the same save as Xahrak. And for those of you who don't know, if you save while you have your slash meter, it does carry over from the save. So it's kind of like a little time save. Instead of just waiting for your meter to come back, you can reload the save and you'll have a full meter again. So it's just a little quick save if they miss it. You know, just as a
and Xahrak on barrels here. The hard part being getting in the tree. Not lucky the first time, but the second time gets it.
Oof.
And reaches the end. The last long jump there can actually be a bit scary because it can soft lock you if you mess it up. It's not a hard jump, but I hope the runners are prepared for the cases that might happen.
Agreed. And that was really well done by Xahrak. Second try barrels is very, very good, especially with his current lead. Seems like he's kind of coasting at the moment, so we'll see if Beaver can make up some ground here. Xahrak is opting to take the save here in warm welcome.
So Beaver is actually not doing too bad compared to his PB splits, with his Riddles exit being +10 against his PB, and his Flies exit is looking like about a +20, which still isn't too bad. Oh. And of course, Xahrak gets a moment to breathe here as he enters the water. About a 45-second wait. Am I correct on that, Jockey?
Yeah, roughly about 45 seconds. And again, Xahrak here is taking a breather, so all eyes are on Beaver here now. If he can trying to locate the enter. This enter
Oh, there he goes.
Very hard to locate, and he's finally got it, and now he's on the barrels. So Beaver here has to get a really good barrels in order to catch up to Xahrak here. So let's see if he can do that.
I will say, though, in the end game, there is still quite a lot that can go wrong. Inside Info has a very tricky skip at the end, which if you die on will definitely set you back a fair amount. Same for Gathering, not quite as long, but still tricky. And in Gathering of the Clouds, sorry.
Oh no!
Oof, falling out of the tree.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
No,
Beaver was up on the tree and then felt that's heartbreak. That's so heartbreaking to see.
It sure is. It sure is. But in the end, there will still be the Clouds Burst, which can absolutely be a choke fest. With worst case scenarios being soft locks, so definitely hoping that runners are prepared to get a save nearby, just in case.
Yeah, it's never over. Again, like this game is so unforgiving. Like you said, you can soft lock in the last level of the run, so nothing is ever taken for granted here. So we'll see if Xahrak is prepared to deal with that.
Good clip by Xahrak. You're gonna have to see. He'll probably take his time setting this up, if I'm guessing. Looks like it. And that's probably it. Very clean.
And that's very good.
Ooh, it's rough for Beaver. What do you think Beaver needs to do to bring this back? Is there any hope?
So I think currently, as it stands right now, the only thing he can control is him playing well, right? We're kind of at the stage now where Xahrak is going to need a huge mess up in order for Beaver to come back. The gap right now is a little too big where I can't say like if Beaver just plays really good, like way better than Xahrak, and Xahrak makes small movement mistakes. It's kind of at the point now where that's not enough. So Beaver right now has to focus on doing everything for his try to the best of his abilities. And we're just going to have to see something come out from Xahrak that enables Beaver to regain some of this ground that was lost here.
Yep. And here we see Xahrak. I'm interested to see, does he fear the soft lock at all? He did pass up the first save, and he won't get another chance to save until later in the level when he's already passed soft locks. And I do not recall when his last save is, so...
Yeah, this might
playing
be a
with
little
fire
dicey.
a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, if Xahrak were to soft lock here, he would go back. I think it was Flies and Spiders was his last save.
Yeah, that would definitely give Beaver all the chance in the world to catch up. Let's see, Corwin skip here. Missing this could definitely be bad already. But gets it.
And that looks pretty good. Yeah, pretty good coming out from Xahrak here.
Now, I guess if Xahrak isn't planning to go for wall walk, which if he's checking his lead at all, I don't think he will. There really isn't that much risk of soft locking, so the save play makes sense. And yeah, opting not to go for wall walk. Very fair. Very fair.
Yeah, Xahrak taking the safe around. For those of you who don't know, the wall walking section there only saves about 5 to 6 seconds, give or take, depending on how fast you do it.
Mm-hmm.
In order to get up to the wall walking, though, there is a little long jump you have to do on an invisible wall. It's like a slope, kind of, actually. And that long jump can be very inconsistent. So, generally, a very smart play coming out here from Xahrak. If he doesn't need the time to save, then why risk it at all?
Absolutely, and he did get a save just a bit earlier, so I hate to say it, but I think this match is pretty much decided at this point. I'd love to be proven wrong, though.
Yeah, there's very little that can go wrong at this point. Obviously, he can fall into the void at any part here, but Xahrak is a good enough runner where I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, and even if he did, he's got such a lead right now.
Yeah. Beaver does hit inside info though, which again he is doing all he can to bring this back. Beaver is not giving up in this race.
Definitely very impressed by Beaver's performance. It's just unfortunate that he's going up against Xahrak right now.
Yeah. Again, Beaver is playing extremely well, and unfortunately, the heartbreaking fall once he was in the tree.
Xahrak coming up on the end here too, and that's looking like a 14:05. Actually. If we check Xahrak's live feed right here, it was actually a sub 14 in reality. So that's a very good showing for a race. And
especially the first race of the day to get a sub 14, that's an amazing showing coming out from Xahrak.
Yep. As someone who will be competing myself, if I even make it against Xahrak, that is definitely a slight threatening feeling right now.
And can we get an update on Beaver? Is he currently on PB pace by any chance, or
let me have a look for you? He is plus 20 with his PB segment of Cloud's Burst being at 234. So there is a universe where he does PB this, but he'll have to gold his Cloud's Burst by a lot.
Again,
I'd like to
Beaver,
see it, for sure.
yeah, Beaver's shown a lot of fight in this race. Even at it would just be so easy to give up for Beaver after he did everything in barrels. He did everything right. He got up in the tree trunk. He got up on the branches. When he was turning to make a jump, he fell. And most runners at that point, that would be just a complete tilting factor. That would you would just like slam your desk at that point. But,
Oh yeah.
But he's just done everything to bring it back. And I mean, I'm really impressed with how Beaver's playing.
Absolutely, and another thing to note is when looking at Xahrak's time, obviously a sub 14 is impressive, but that's still about a minute and a half slower than his actual PB. While we're looking at Beaver's run right now, he's only 20 seconds behind his PB, so in a relative showing, Beaver is doing amazing.
That's a very good point. In terms of their PBs and how they're playing, Beaver, you could argue he's playing better, right? Because like
Yeah.
you said, Xahrak's a minute and a half behind his PB, but Beaver's only 20 seconds. So even with that barrels fall, like that's insane. Like
Yeah.
It just
Absolutely.
I'm amazed by how he's playing right now. It's very
At that
impressive.
point, it's mainly just an unfortunate draw getting Xahrak, who again is a very high level player, currently 4th on the PC NMG leaderboard.
Yeah. But
We're gonna see Beaver
I-
able to close it out here soon.
yeah, Beaver's coming up here on the end. I just want to say that for someone like Beaver, like obviously he's hasn't played the game in a while. I'm certain the next time a tournament comes around, Beaver is going to show out. I'm very confident with how he's played and composed himself. I'm fully confident that Beaver will bring it home next time.
Absolutely.
So
And
we do
very
have a
little
prediction.
that can go wrong now. I don't want to curse it because technically you could boost over this little wall right here. It's a rare
Yeah.
occurrence, but can definitely mess you up. And that's Beaver
There we
done
go.
as well. The time,
Sub 17.
yeah, his actual time is a 16:51. Very impressive.
GG.
Only 21 seconds behind his PB.
Great
All right.
run from both runners here.
Absolutely. Let me go and debrief the runners. I'll leave it to you for a second here.
Sure. All right, guys. So that's the match between Beaver and Xahrak. Everyone, GG's in chat. Great, solid run from both runners. Very impressed with how Beaver played. Personally, we do have. I don't know if you guys can hear him. He didn't mute, but anyway, whatchamacallit? So yeah, very impressed with how Beaver and Xahrak both played. Again, Xahrak did come out on top, but as MKarma stated, relative to how each runner was playing against their PB, and you see Beaver here pulling his splits up on stream. Those are 3 consecutive golds after barrels. So if we see barrels, right, where he completely self-destructed by falling, he followed that up by 3 consecutive golds. It's like just the comeback and the poise to actually do that is very respectable. So huge GGs to Beaver, but also huge congratulations to Xahrak for pulling out his round 1 match. And that'll put him against Nooch in the next round. So again, we're looking forward to those that matchup. Again, with how Xahrak actually played, he's playing extremely well. He got Dreamworld and Trollhole first try. Again, Beaver not far behind him. Very close race.
Very close indeed.
Close race.
Very close indeed. Up next, we're going to be seeing Kyro versus King Russ. Now, might have to wait a second on that. Unfortunately, Kyro's running a bit late, but we have a lot to talk about about that last race, so we've got some time to fill.
Yeah. So talking about that last race, again, both runners played extremely well. But let's talk about the winner here a little bit, Xahrak. What I saw from Xahrak was very, very good gameplay. Obviously, he did Dreamworld first try, Trollhole first try. He did take a bunch of saves, but other than the Riddle's death, there wasn't very much to go wrong with his run. How do you feel like Xahrak played, and how do you think he'll play in future rounds?
It's a tough call for sure. Xahrak is a very good player and had a very good showing right now, but just a sample size of 1 race isn't too much to go by. I will say, though, definitely as a competitor, I am feeling the pressure of Xahrak if I make it there. How do you feel?
Yes, Xahrak, he has a lot of potential, right? Obviously, with a 12:34 time, you need to be good at the game to get that, right? So Xahrak can bust one out at any time, but as an avid watcher of the Below stream, I've also seen him completely self-destruct and do stuff that is just uncalled for, to say the least. Very, very debatable gameplay. So Xahrak is a very volatile player where, I mean, you have to fear him. He could just bust out a sub 13 at any point, or he could get an 18-minute time. Obviously, that's just the nature of the Hobbit, right? When if you make one small mistake in a run, you're not saving, so you're losing a bunch of time. But
it's tough.
But yeah, he has very high potential, and he can just pull out runs left, right, and center that could, make anyone worry. So, yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how he continues his play throughout the rest of the tournament. But I will say, if he does continue to bust out runs like that are sub 14, then he should make it very far in the tournament.
Definitely. Very good chance at winning if you're able to do that consistently. But again, we are in a single elimination, one race format, so that consistency is going to be tough.
Yeah. Again, I'm very impressed with how that first race for the first race of our first tournament, the first race, for it to be that close and that entertaining and with that quality of gameplay. I'm super excited to see what's going to come up here. Oh, and Beaver,
very
thanks
true.
For the raid. Beaver rating the chat with their.
Oh yeah, thank you very much, Beaver. Very great showing.
Everyone,
all right.
Make sure to check out Beaver.
Small change of plans. Because of a small delay, we're going to be running a different race first, which will be another interesting one. Ember versus Frosted Frequencies. If you could tell us a little bit about those, Shocky, I'll get them ready.
Sure. All right, guys. So, as you heard MKarma say, we have Ember and Frosted Frequencies. For those looking at the bracket on stream, it is all the way round 2 at the bottom. So, we do have Ember here. Ember... Oh, man. Ember is a really, really good runner. She actually, I think, is 6th place currently, if someone wants to fact check me here in chat. Very experienced runner in the game. Thanks for the, thanks, Beaver. Very well played, man. But yeah, Ember. Very, very experienced runner, very seasoned. Has taken a break from the game, so I don't know how she's going to actually perform in this match today. We're really going to have to see if she can kind of go back to her old form and show out here. And she does have a competitor on the other side, which is Frosted Frequencies. Now, I don't know much about Frosted Frequencies. A very, I don't want to say new, but I don't know too much about them. I know that they have a sub 20 time, and again, in a best of 1 race format, anything can happen. So we're going to see how this match plays out. There's, unlike the last match, there's a lot of unknown here for me. Can Ember kind of play to how she played before? And what can we expect from Frosted Frequencies? I don't think they stream, or I haven't watched. I haven't watched much of their gameplay. So this one's kind of up in the air for me. I don't know who's gonna take this one. I'm very on the fence about this one. Again, it comes down to if Ember can kind of get back to her potential and what Frosted Frequencies can bring to the table. So, Speedy, if you want to put another prediction in the chat, this one I'm not too sure about. This one we're gonna have to find out who can show out here. But yeah, again, if you guys have any questions about anything in the chat, how the game works, anything, just let me know. I'll happily answer any questions you guys have. But yeah, so we should get this matchup started soon. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, I'm excited to see what strategies these runners employ and all that good stuff. and we're just gonna have to wait and see. So, oh, Boof, thanks for the Prime Gaming subscription. The gamer with the Prime Gaming subscription. Thank you very much. All right, let me let's get some predictions in here. I think I know who I'm gonna vote for. We're gonna do that. Oh yeah, Boof. Why? I know you said you wanted to join the tournament. Were you having some like game problems or something? You don't know about Frostbite? I like that. I like the mindset. The unknown factor. It's very easy to just count Frosted out because no one really knows. But again, at the same time, because no one really knows, we don't know how good they can actually play. So next turn you'll be there. Sounds good. Yeah, I think for sure. I'm having a great time with the first match there and stuff. Definitely something we're gonna have to set up again in the future. This is very fun. But yeah, this is my first time commentating a tournament, so if it seems like I have nothing to talk about or stumbling over my words, I'm trying. So yeah, Beaver was playing really well at their barrels. Let's go, Ember. Hey, all right, we got Joe in the chat. What's up, Joe? He I think Beaver golded a warm welcome, inside info, and gathering like back to back. So Beaver played extremely well. I'm trying to find things to talk about this upcoming match, but again, it's just there's just so much unknown. I don't know who I want to. Oh, they weren't golds? Oh, I thought they were. I thought those were golds. Maybe I'm misremembering. Oh.
All right. Looks like we have the runners set up.
So I just want to clarify. I guess Beaver didn't gold those three. I thought he did, so that was my bad. I didn't realize those were just behind, but saving time. So my bad. But either way, point still stands.
Commentary making errors. Do I need to cut your pay?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna have to start paying me then because I wasn't paying you to begin with.
Yeah.
All right, just a final few things to set up on the stream here, and then we'll be swapping over to the player perspectives. Give me a moment. All right. Both runners look to be set up, so I'm going to go count them down, and I'll be back with you in a moment. Oh, actually, give me a second here. We have a small issue. In the meantime, I'm sure Shocky already introduced these players, but I want to say, Ember is actually quite well known in this community, and one thing she won't shut up about is beating Shockster once. And if you know what that means, Shockster's very good, race scenario, so there is a timeline where Ember actually ends up winning this race here, which would be very, very interesting for sure. Sorry, I mean end up winning this tournament, not this race. Although, admittedly, that one race I was talking about against Shocky was a little less than a perfect race. Let's put it this way. Lots of flubs from both sides. But yeah, we're going to be waiting just another second here, and then we're going to kick off the race. And of course, Frosted Frequencies, we don't know too much about. Pretty new to the community, not very talkative. So who knows? Maybe a wild card. Maybe a wild card for sure. Hope you're all doing alright in chat. I hope the tournament has been working out just fine. It's my first time running a tournament like this, so there are bound to be some issues, but trying to figure it out as we go. And soon I'll be running as myself in this tournament, which is going to be another challenge, you know. I'd like to keep it professional, but this is definitely something outside of my comfort zone that I haven't done before, so hopefully you can be patient with any issues you might see here. Who's going to be commentating for my game? It'll be Shocky, and we'll see if maybe Xahrak wants to join in. If both me and Shocky are playing against each other, which is a very possible thing, then we'll have Xahrak on for sure. All right, I'm gonna go count down the runners, and we'll get the next race started.
Sounds good. All right, so we do have the predictions in. Do see some ones here and also some twos. So obviously support for Ember and Frosted Frequencies in the chat. Good luck, good luck. There's Moose. Very good runner in his own right. What platform is this being run on? Is asked by Castro. This is on PC. This is PC NMG. There's also console platforms for GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation, but this current tournament's being run on PC, and who knows, we might have other platforms in the future. So, yeah, that's a good question. Like, again, if you guys do have questions, now would be the time to ask before the next round gets started here. Yeah, Stas Lauren, I hope that's how you say your name. Probably, yeah, if he has like feedback or whatnot, appreciated greatly. Because we kind of did this off the rip, so any feedback.
All right, I've given the signals. Both runners should get started here in a moment. Sorry about that. My audio cut out for a second. Don't know if you said anything.
Nah.
And there we go. It's off to the races.
So I don't know if you said before, but maybe I'll get your take again. What's your thought on this matchup? Because I know Ember, she's played before. You know, she's obviously a top 10 runner in the game, so we know what she can do. But Frosted Frequencies is very unknown in what they can do and how they play. So what do you think is going to happen here in this
Well,
match?
it looks like we're both starting off with some Dreamworld issues, so it's definitely going to be a slobber knocker if I can say anything. You know, Ember is kind of a wild card. It does have some outstanding performances, but hasn't played in a bit. As for Frosted Frequencies, like you said, kind of an unknown player. I believe their PB is in the 16, 17 minute range. Which is not a bad PB at all. So if Frosted Frequencies has been active in recent times, it's very possible that the rust on Ember might start showing and exposing some cracks in the armor.
And I think it's already begun to show, because as we can see, Frosted Frequencies here is already halfway through Unexpected Party, and Ember is still frolicking around in Dreamworld, so she's definitely has some ground
are we
going to
see some ladder gaming today?
Oh man, we might see the ladder. It looks like the ladder's coming up for Ember, and she's missing an enemy somewhere because the ladder is still not dropping.
Oh no!
Oh no! This is a nightmare scenario coming up from Ember.
Definitely gonna be a tough one. Trying to get the rocks in, but the auto targeting actually making it harder for her. And there's the ladder.
Ooh, not the start you want to see if you're an Ember fan, because Frosted Flakes is already on the third, or I just said Frosted Flakes. Frosted Frequencies here is already on roast mutton, so Ember does have a lot of ground to make up here.
Yeah. I mean, this is the fun start you'd like to see, though. We're gonna have to see Ember play at pretty decent pace to be able to catch up here. And the question is, how good is Frosted Frequencies actually?
And we're going to see that here in Trollhole. This is a very can be quite a tough. And they get it first try.
Absolutely.
Was not expecting that, man. Frosted Frequencies here in the early game is definitely showing out.
I think I'm seeing some keyboard menuing as well.
Oh man, this person, I don't know who they are, but they know how to play the video game. That's for sure. Ember's got her work cut out for her here in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but you know, Overhill is going to expose all. Probably, arguably, one of the hardest levels, very movement heavy, and mistakes can be so punishing. If you fall down in one of those pits, you're going back, baby.
Yeah, especially, we'll see if they whip out the Man, whip out the pillar skip. Sorry. Let's see if they pull up pillar
very
skip.
good question. I would respect not going for pillar skip just as much as going for pillar skip in this case. Meanwhile, Ember does not have the same troll hole performance that Frosted Frequencies had. Oof.
Oh man, Ember's having a tough go here at the start, but she does get troll hole, so second try, respectable.
Definitely respectable. And we see Frosted Frequencies not going for pillar skip here. Does look to be a little unlucky in the rock falling, but
that RNG.
overall not a run killer.
Yeah, for sure, but that RNG, man, that's the reason why people go for pillar skip.
Yeah,
That right there.
it can be brutal.
Yeah.
Oof, Frosted Frequencies missing the quick release though, pressing E just a little too early. If you don't know, what's meant to happen there is you hold E, which releases the vine as soon as you hit it, basically keeping all your momentum from the long jump and going straight through it, but pressing it a bit too early and falling down. However, got some good rock RNG on the second pillar, knocking it down and getting back up.
Yeah, that's true, and that's a part where Ember can make up some time here. If she gets pillar skip first try, all of a sudden with the bad RNG and falling down there, that's easily 10 plus seconds made up from that segment alone.
I'm gonna say though, Ember is looking a bit shaky, and I can understand why. Here comes.
Here she,
Oof, does hit it first try. That's
very-
the kind of thing we're gonna need to see more of.
huge for Ember. That's the first start in the comeback here. She does hit pillar skip first try. Again, taking that save that's on the way, so it doesn't waste that much time, if any at all.
Frosted Frequencies having some trouble with the pillar clip here though. Jumping through the pillar with just the wrong angle. This might be just what Ember needs to catch up.
Yeah, and as we can see here, Ember is definitely catching up, approaching the tunnel leading into the clip room, so she has made up all the time from the beginning here. And let's see if Frosted Frequencies can get through the pillar, through the door.
Ooh,
No. Oh man.
and we're seeing some spaghetti. Now does
Yeah.
Ember pull through on this? Is that experience gonna show? Ooh,
Oh.
ooh, is she in? She's in.
Man. Oh, she's in. And just like
Boy.
that, again, Overhill, the exposer
It turned
of
around.
all.
Yep, but it's not over yet. The second half of Overhill can be brutal. And I don't...
Oh man.
Ember's last save was over a pillar skip, and these little pillars here, these little platforms can be brutal, but we see both Ember and Frosted Frequencies taking it relatively safe here. Understandably so.
Yeah, and we can see Frosted Frequencies got the clip just after Ember did, so maybe at max 5 seconds they both opt for the save.
Fair
and here's
enough.
the B9 for Ember. And
Was
she
that a
doesn't-
long
That
jump
looked like a little
glitch?
bit of long jump glitch there.
Ooh,
Coming up from Ember.
spicy.
And
Plot armor?
Frosted Flakes here could take the lead.
Frosted Flakes again?
And he gets it first try, so just
Very
like
nice,
that.
very nice.
Frosted Flakes is back in the lead due to long jump glitch coming up from Ember, and she does get it second try. Man,
Some
that is
interesting
not what you wanna
gameplay philosophies there as we see Frosted Frequencies actually going for the pretty much guaranteed setup, while Ember sent it and missed.
Yeah, very. Oh man, this is crazy so far. Again, Frosted Flakes was behind again, decided to go for a safer but more guaranteed strat, and it paid off.
Yeah, very interesting.
But then we have this slow boost. It's never.
Ooh,
oh,
but
Frosted-
clean.
That was very clean. And Frosted
Can Ember do it
Frequencies
too?
exits Overhill.
Ooh, Ember struggling, but didn't lose the jump attack, so
does get
second
it.
try is not bad at all.
Oh man, so this is a level, I don't know what Frosted Frequency strats are, if he does Invisible Minecart or not, but this is a level where Ember can make up the time she's behind right now just by doing a strat that's faster than Frosted, so we're gonna have to see what happens here in Riddles in the Dark.
One thing I'm interested in for these runners is, are they keeping an eye on their opponents at all, or are these just the plans they're going with? Because if
Yeah,
you
that's a
are
good-
keeping an eye, you'd notice it was close. And you know, when it's close, there's pressure, and we might start seeing some YOLO attempts at gaining that lead.
Did I say Frosted Flakes again?
You did say Frosted Flakes
I'm
before.
gonna just start calling them Frosted Flakes, man. I can't stop myself.
Let's keep it short. Let's keep it short. It's Frosted.
Alright, Frosted. I just can't. Oh my god, I don't know
And here we
why.
go. Frosted actually going for the simpler strat, giving Ember a chance to maybe go for the faster strat. And we see Ember actually looks like a last minute decision to hit that save, as she could have gotten it on the way there, but decided to turn back for it instead. implicate... Oh, yep, implying that she might go for the invisible
no.
minecart, but missing the hard long jump. That's probably one of the harder parts of the strat, getting that long jump cleanly.
Yeah, hitting that long jump cleanly is definitely probably the hardest part of the strat, in my opinion. Maybe the initial long jump down to make sure you don't take damage and land on the platform could arguably be just as hard. Oh, wait.
I see a jump attack coming out, so I think she's falling back to the normal strat.
She is, yep.
Ooh. Is she going to clip on through? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Perhaps not as practiced on the old strat as she was on the invisible minecart, kind of throwing a wrench in her game plan.
So when she's doing the old route here, she's not climbing all the way to the edge of the platform, which means she's not being fully clipped out, which makes that jump a lot sketchier. But as you saw there at the end, she finally climbed all the way to the edge of the platform, making sure she's fully clipped out before doing that jump, so she doesn't clip back in.
Yep, and it looked like Frost is coming up on the end of Frittles here. And that's going to be a considerable lead, but definitely an execution test coming up in Flies and Spiders, so nothing is guaranteed yet.
Yep. And we still have levels like Barrels Out of Bonds and Inside Info, so that's the beauty of races in this game. There's just so much that can go wrong, and so many levels that require perfect execution, and so much ice in the veins that anything could happen and no race is ever completely over. So that's something to look forward to.
Absolutely. But Frosted has a good start here in Flies and Spiders.
Yeah, he's looking very solid.
If that carries over through the level?
We're gonna have to see here. The second slope boost is a huge teller in how they're feeling in this level.
Absolutely.
It does take a little bit of time to set it up, but does hit it first try.
Fair enough. Taking a bit of a shallow angle. Not trying to do anything too risky here. Makes me wonder if they're keeping an eye on the stream. Because that's definitely the type of safe strats I would start doing if I noticed I had a lead going.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, using a shallower angle on your slope boost, especially grounded slope boost, makes it much easier to actually get the timing correct. So if you hear us talking about like a shallower angle or a steeper angle, there is a trade-off though. Using a steeper angle makes you go further down the slope. We'll see Ember here use a steeper angle. You can see she made it further down the slope there. So that's just a trade-off, making it easier versus distance, right? And that's a trade-off that Frosted's willing to take because he's in the lead right now.
Ooh, and Frosted not hitting that slope boost has an easy backup, but you do need to know how to do it.
Man.
Is Frosted practiced on it, or is this a little bit of nerves kicking in, perhaps?
And this is what we talked about before, where experience matters especially in a race setting, and he does finally get it. But just knowing that backup there could have saved him well over more than 10 seconds.
Very, very true. And, the gap of time between these two runners going into barrels might not be that big, which is really just going to put that much extra pressure on barrels. But Ember making the same type of mistake here as Frosted.
But Frosted is going out of the way to take this save, and personally, I don't think that save is worth it. What do you think about taking that save there for Frosted? Do you think he's wasting too much time, maybe being too relaxed in the lead, or what's your opinion on that?
I think it's hard to soft lock yourself here. I understand why, because it technically is possible to soft lock yourself in barrels here, but in that case, I'd rather see him take the save at like the final slope boost in Flies and Spiders, which is less out of the way. Fair
enough. Great point. I honestly, that left my mind, but I do agree probably taking the save in Flies and Spiders. Obviously, if you do get soft locked, you're going to be losing more time, but
Frosted does get in the tree now. It took a few attempts, but fast enough to still be in the lead, taking it very careful here. And Ember slipping down.
Ember slides down, and Frosted does get out of the barrels, man. Wow,
very close race, but Frosted just keeping that lead. Ember in the tree?
Ember does get in the tree. Let's see if she can get to the end here without falling, and it does look like she will make it, taking it very safe, but she is in.
Very interesting race here. It looks like both runners are going to have a moment to breathe here soon. And, kind of think of their game plan. If either of them have the stream open in this case, this might be where we start seeing a bit of panic or a bit of a plan change.
Yeah, I could definitely see maybe some...
What I don't like from Frosted Frequencies here is we're kind of seeing an old school misconception on how to do these throws. Starting from aiming to the left instead of from the center. Not moving you as far with each throw, and you're going to see Ember actually gets in one throw because she did do the more modern strat here, saving just a little bit of time.
That's a great point there. Ember does start by looking at the boat when throwing the rock, and like you stated, that is the new way to do it, and it is much more consistent in getting down into the water there. So she will make up a little bit of time here, but we do have a little bit of a break going into inside info. What do you think can happen here between these two runners? Do you think there'll be a comeback, or is Frosted? He's playing extremely well. Will they close it out here?
I think inside info might be make or break. Inside info, the clip can be tricky. It's very easy to lose just 10 seconds if you mess up the clip and end up falling into the void. And of course, the skip itself is not necessarily an easy skip, especially if you're a little rusty on it. Meanwhile, going into gathering, there are safe strats you can do, and it looks like these runners might opt for the safe strats. As well as for Cloud's Burst, there isn't too much that can go wrong if you opt to go for the safe strats, so I think a lot is going to come down to inside info here.
Agreed, and I have been noticing Frosted stream.
Oh!
He is going for the new slope, the harder slope boost here. I don't know if this is the right call. Oh man!
It misses it. Maybe for the better, because now he'll get to pass the save. Which is a save I think he should definitely take.
Very risky strategy coming out here from Frost. I respect it, but
I respect the attempt for sure, but I wouldn't I wouldn't do it myself.
I'm just questioning the call there, especially in such a close race.
Is Ember gonna hit the skip though? That's what's gonna, really.
It looks good.
Oh, yep.
Oh man.
That means Ember has the lead. Now if Frosted gets through quickly and gets that skip, then
oh, he falls into the void here. He should clipboard back up out of bounds, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue, but still time loss nonetheless.
Yep, the lead has definitely just turned around, but Ember's having a bit of trouble with the clip.
Ember is having some trouble, so Frosted here, if he does get this first try, can make it back. Let's see. Does get long. I was going to say that. I've been noticing long jump. He's going to get called by Smog, which means he will use the save, but I've noticed he has been getting long jump glitch. I thought that'd be a problem, and turns out it was.
That is definitely a rough one right here. I mean, I did say there's a lot of safety you can take in Cloud's Burst, but there's always room for error, especially when it comes to Corwin skip. It is very awkward to back up if you miss that, so there is still another determiner that I maybe hadn't thought about as much. So Frosted might still be in this, but he's definitely going to have to close out inside info soon.
Yeah, definitely.
Another long jump glitch.
Another one. Man, that is so rough.
It
does miss a slope boost here, but
I think this might be a slight difference in prep here, because Frosted is not actually known for streaming their runs. And pretty well known within the community, but maybe not outside of it, is that long jump glitch is actually caused by the overall performance load you have on your computer. So maybe not having streamed this game actually is giving Frosted more long jump glitches than they're used to.
Yeah, that's a very good point. There's a lot of CPU overhead caused by OBS, especially when streaming, and this game is very big on CPU, and a small little change in the usage of it could make it so you just get long jump glitch, because this game makes a lot of sense.
But while we're talking about that, Ember is actually quite stuck on the beginning of Cloud's Burst
Frosted
here.
Does hit inside info, so
maybe
come back here.
It is very possible. Ember missing it again.
Now, I suspect with the knowledge that Ember has, she knows the easier slope boost a little further down on the barriers there.
Yeah,
I don't know if she's going to employ that strategy, but
I would definitely fall back to that if I were her.
Oh man, this is the meltdown of a century.
Yeah,
Frosted's not out of this race just yet.
Not at all. Ember's still at the beginning of Cloud's Burst, and there she goes.
Finally does get it. Better late than never, but man, making this closer than it has to be.
This might be like a 30-second difference at this point, which is still anything but guaranteed for Ember.
Ember having trouble getting through the hole. Finally does.
Perhaps a bit of pressure, and Corwin skip. I think this might be one of the last major make or break points. Anything can happen throughout the run, but that's definitely a telltale sign, and that was cleanly executed.
Frosted first try on the slope boost.
Very true. What else can really go wrong here? What do you think?
So after spike jump, assuming both these runners take the safe route, which I assume they will, after spike jump, there is a little bit of wall, invisible, or not walls, but like, not invisible walls, but walls with no collision you have to go through. You can't really see where you're going, and there's a lot of void and spots where you can fall down. And if the runners don't have knowledge of holding a clip warp, and then like if they fall down and have to clip warp back up, they don't hold their clip warp before then, they can just go back to the beginning of the level, or I don't even think the beginning is even loaded, so they would just completely ruin the run.
Yeah, Frosted Frequency's not the cleanest Corwin skip there. And I don't want to jinx anything, but Ember on the easier half of the level in my opinion. So this might be a done deal.
And again, with Ember, with her knowledge, I don't suspect her falling anywhere here, so...
Oh my god.
Oh,
oh no! Oh no, she does know to back it up though.
Let's see where she clip warps. This could be catastrophic.
Oof, okay.
Oh my god.
That makes it close.
All of a sudden, this race is so close yet again. Let's see if... Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that's still like a pretty significant lead, I'd like to say, and not too much that can go wrong here. So,
oh my god.
I said that last time and this happened, so what do I know? But it's a nail biter for sure.
Alright, I think, barring anything else, Ember is looking poised to take this race home. Again, she can fall here, which would be another huge mistake, but she doesn't. And Frosted is so close, but all those long jump glitches, inside info might be the difference here.
Yup. But Ember, at the home stretch, closes it out with a time of ending up on the timer at 19 minutes and 25 seconds. Definitely not her best performance, but the race itself more than made up for it.
And let's see if Frosted here can close out strong with a sub 20 performance. Does get the slow boost and does look like they will come out with a sub 20.
With
so
a
good run by Frosted
19:45 in the end. Definitely a very interesting race, keeping us all on our toes. Let me go talk to the runners. Take it away, Shocky.
Wow, yeah, wow. I don't know what that was amazing. I don't know if Ember was just throwing for content at the end there, but I don't know if the caster jinx is real. But oh my god, what a crazy race. And Moose asking Frosted PB. I think Frosted's PB, if I remember correctly, on SRC, their name is like Jesse with some numbers. I believe they have like a 17 or 18. So another runner that wasn't expected to win, making the race extremely close, and at the same token also playing close to their PB. So that just goes to show you that a favorite with, who's... I don't want to put Ember on blast here, but her PB is like 4 minutes faster than Frosted, but you guys saw how close the race was. So that just goes to show that anything can happen in a race setting. So wow, I am speechless. That was a great race. Very well played to both runners. Man. Just quite unfortunate long jump glitch coming out from Frosted here. That definitely turned out to be the difference here. And for those of you who don't know, once you're plagued with long jump glitch, there's really not much you can do about it in the PC version. You kind of just have to cross your fingers and hope that you don't get long jump glitch. And it's not random, but on PC, once you do have it, you're basically at the mercy of the long jump glitch. And unfortunately here, Frosted was another victim taken by the long jump glitch. So very unlucky for Frosted, but again, well played to both runners. That was a very entertaining race. Very close, and wow, I'm impressed with both runners here. Again, both these two races that have happened so far, very, very close, intense races, and good gameplay coming out from all the runners so far. Very impressed with the performances of everyone so far. And yeah, as we can see, Frosted's PB was a 17-13, so again, in terms of who played closer to their PB, you would have to give it to the runner that wasn't expected to win. So Frosted did play closer to their PB, but ultimately lost the race. But again, these runners that, people aren't really counting on. have shown up, and especially in Frosted's case, not many people know who they are or have seen their runs. So for them to come out in this race and put up a valiant fight against a top 10 runner has earned my respect. And honestly, it's very entertaining and very fun to watch. So GG to both runners. And I assume the next race is King Russ and Kyro, if I am correct. So yeah, that should be coming up shortly. We did talk about those runners a little bit before. Again, Kyro being a veteran runner in the scene, has been playing this game for many years. Started on console, made his way to PC. And King Russ. So King Russ is an interesting case because they do a bunch of category extensions. King Russ is like a jack of all trades. He plays a lot of different categories, so I'm kind of excited to see, kind of anxious to see how he's going to perform here in the NMG. He does have a decent PB, I believe, a sub 15. Yeah, the all required quest glitchless world record holder, I believe. If it's not IMEC, wait, maybe I think that's Well, either way, I'm interested to see how they will perform here in NMG. So we're gonna have to see how that turns out. Oh yeah, Frosted, if you need help with like trying to troubleshoot long jump glitch, there's like a few different things that are known within the community to help remedy long jump glitch. Because I don't know if you get it when you play if you don't stream, but there's a few OBS things that can cause it and a few like things on your PC that can cause it. So if you do need help with that, make sure to check in on the Discord and the channel and ask for some help, and I'm sure people will be happy to help you there. That's very unfortunate timing for those long jump glitches. That race was really close, and then, man. All right, so Speedy, if you're still in the chat, if you want to get the prediction up for the next race, it's Kyroscope and King 174 Russ. And there is a little bit of a language barrier here with Russ. He is Russian, and I think their English is limited, so might cause some technical difficulties. I just want to let the chat know beforehand. There might be some problems here. Liam never submitted his glitchless PB. So with the bounty in particular, we left all of the glitchless verification to Crix, just because he was the one doing the bounty and stuff, and he knows more about the category. So we left that to him. So I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember seeing a beaver run. But yeah, I'm not too sure. That would be Crix that would know that. But yeah, let's yeah, I remember Beaver definitely had I remember seeing a PB is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I was trying to look at something. All right. Yeah, and Frosted Freakers. I'm sorry, I kept calling you Frosted Flakes. I hope you don't mind. I don't know why I kept calling you Frosted Flakes, but it just kept coming out, so I'm sorry about that. But, yeah, it was kind of funny. Oh man. Okay. Alright, trying to think of maybe a game we can play in chat to try and pass the time here. Probably it does roll off the tongue, yeah, Frosted Flakes, probably. Oh man. Speedy, you might want to, if you can, because this might take a little bit longer to set up, can you like prolong the prediction just a little bit more? Maybe if you can like edit the time. I don't know if that's possible, but yeah. 1v1 Moose GeoGuessr. Unfortunately, I'm not the one that's hosting the stream, so I wouldn't be able to pull that up on stream, but I would. I would definitely do that. Okay. Wow, man. I don't know how any of these races are going to top what we just saw. Honestly, ridiculous. Pork off versus Moose? No, I don't think so. That was insane. You can't edit it? Okay, it's fine. No big deal. But man, that was back and forth. Ah, man. So, for those of you who might not have remembered what I said before, Kyro is coming back from a bit of a break. And we saw with Ember, who's also maybe a little rusted in the game, that, you know, you can't really rely on what you did in the past. You know, if you're rusted, even you can have all the game experience in the world, but that doesn't make you hit a slope boost. So anything can happen in this upcoming race here. So Kyro definitely has the edge in terms of knowledge and just, I think he has a better time as well. But King Russ still actively plays the game where Kyro maybe hasn't in a while. So we'll see how that plays a factor in this upcoming race here. Oh, okay, Frosted. Yeah, we were on commentary. I don't know if you had like the stream open, but yeah, I was wondering why you were taking that save, and MK did bring up the fact that you can soft lock in barrels, which I completely forgot about for some reason. I don't know why, but I did. But yeah, I totally forgot about that. So yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying, though. Appreciate that. Yeah, you know, a lot of these runners are coming in prepared. They know what saves they want to take, right? And that's part of it as well. So the runners are definitely putting in the work, and it's been showing with these past two races with the quality of play and just how close the races were. Definitely the runners doing their homework and doing their practice and getting the reps in, and making this enjoyable to watch. So kudos to the runners for doing that. If you want to restart it, you can, Speedy. It's not that big of a deal. Just the setup is taking a little bit longer than expected because, again, there is a little bit of a language barrier with one of the runners. So we're trying to get that worked out. So hopefully everyone can just sit tight and we should get it started soon. So, yeah. Oh, Staj, you speak Russian? You wait, you know what? If you typed that before, I didn't see it, but that might actually help. Let me see if what MK wants to do about that, but if you want to do that, and that would be helpful. Let's see what he wants to do. I don't know how far he's gotten in setting it up, but that would be helpful. Oh, I think we're good actually. I think it looks like we got the runners' perspectives up. And it looks like we're gonna get started here soon. So again, we do have Kyro and King Russ. Two very, in terms of PB, very equal runners, but again, Kyro does have the edge in experience, I would believe, because he's been playing for years. So it looks like we have another good race here coming up here. And looks like maybe we have a little bit of delay, but I think the race has started. We're gonna have to solve that delay here, but we do have King Russ and Kyro. Kyro on the left, King Russ on the right.
All right, sorry about that. We got it figured out in the end.
Do we have a... You know what? It's fine. We're good. But we do have Kyro first try on Dreamworld. That's a huge start.
I'm going to have to do a little bit of manual syncing again. Unfortunately, the sync didn't really go as well as planned. We had a bit of a language barrier, but this is an easy enough fix. Just excuse me for having to mess with the stream for a second here.
Alright, so it may look like that King Russ and Kyro are even right now, but if you look at the timers, there's a little bit of delay. So Kyro is ahead of King Russ, because King Russ did miss Dreamworld first try. And very important to get off to that start in Dreamworld, where hitting it first try makes a huge difference, especially in confidence for the rest of the run.
Yeah, you're going to see a bit of freezing on the streams as I adjust them right now.
And Kyro does miss AUP skip. Very uncharacteristic mistake coming out here from Kyro. Looks like we're all synced up here.
Yep, isn't going to get much better than that, unfortunately. So that will have to do.
Alright, so now officially King Russ is in the lead here. Does go through roast button. So I think the first real question is going to be troll hole if the runners can get it first try on either side. Kyro having a little bit of issue with roast mutton. And King Russ does get troll hole first try. Do you think the rust is playing a little bit of a factor in here for Kyro?
Definitely possible. I honestly don't remember the last time Kyro streamed this game, so I do not know if he's been playing offline or if he just decided to join this as his little comeback.
Yeah, I thought after seeing Kyro hit Dreamworld first try, I was like, oh, he's back for sure. But as it turns out, having a little bit of hiccups here at the start, and King Russ is going to take a sizable lead. Already in Dreamworld does hit troll hole, so not too far behind.
Yep.
And do you think, I know both these runners have solid times. I believe somewhere in the 14 minutes.
You know what?
Might
For
be
the
wrong,
sake
but-
of getting this right, let me pull up the leader.
Yeah, you do that. I guess I'll segue into my question, though, because it's probably better to get their times right than make stuff up. But King Russ is coming up. I was going to see if they choose to do pillar skip, and it looks like King Russ is deciding to do it, and I'm kind of curious to see if Kyro will.
Impressive. So I have the update on the PBs here. They are in fact close, with Kyro having a 14:35 and King Russ having a 14:57.
Wow, it's only a 20-second difference. Not huge by any stretch.
I will say though, King Russ, I think definitely has some potential to maybe improve that PB, because King Russ is very active in the game, just not always in the NMG category. So I don't know if their PB is their full potential.
Yeah, that's something I mentioned here before the race started, is that King Russ does do a lot of different categories, category extensions and such. So I was kind of anxious to see how he would perform in NMG, and so far, not so bad here from King Russ. And Kyro opts not to do pillar skip.
Yep. Interesting choice. I guess Kyro is really going to try to rely on the consistency here, which I think is fair, especially if you're coming back to the game a little rusty.
Agreed.
And we're going to see the islands here. Definitely a scary place to be always, but King Russ, no problems with the islands. I'm assuming we'll see another Bean Island save here. Ooh, I see it being passed. That is definitely a scary thing.
He's very confident in his gameplay, but does miss the Bean Island jump.
That is why people save there.
Wow.
It's traditionally a very hard trick, although runners have generally gotten a lot better at it, but that bit of pressure of the race might just shake you up enough to where it's not always as you expect it to be.
Right.
So that puts Kyro ahead a bit again.
Yep, does take the lead here.
And expecting Kyro to save on this for sure. If the previous gameplay is anything to go by.
Yeah, and especially if he has to stream up. If he saw that miss, I would be thinking, oh man, I don't want to miss it too. And at the same time, like, oh, now I have a lead, I'm going to take the save, and he does.
And there we see it. I wonder if King Russ regrets that. Maybe he hadn't planned it out. Maybe he thought he would just send it.
Yeah.
Ooh, but Kyro missing it too. It's going to help
it.
make up that little bit of time, but Kyro having actually saved here will not be put back nearly as far.
All right. Sorry about that answer in chat.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, does get its second try. Let's see if King Russ opts for the save this time, or if he feels like he's so far behind that he just
I
doesn't want
find
to
it
take
hard
it
to
again.
imagine he doesn't. Yeah.
Dang.
It's still too early in the game to rule, to make rash decisions like that. In my opinion, anyway. Let's see. Does he redeem himself? He does not. I guess making that save worth every second he took.
I hate to be the devil's advocate here, but I still don't understand why in 2023 runners are not using the camera up strat for being island jump. It makes it so much easier because you can actually see what you're doing. But
Right.
I guess if he's used to that way, then
For
so be
context,
it.
it's possible to move the camera up and down in this game, and when you're approaching Bean Island Jump from a camera behind Bilbo, you can see the edge, obviously, so it's not impossible to do the trick, but it's not super visually clear. Well, if you turn the camera up, which is something that, let's say, 95% of other runners do, you get so much more visual information because you get this top-down view of exactly when Bilbo will approach the edge. And, ooh, King Russ actually sliding off the ending there. That is a huge mistake. Kyro might just take this lead and run with it. But anything can still happen. There is some hard levels coming up. And
Yeah,
it's
as we saw
hard
in
to
the races
say.
before,
Yeah,
anything
hard-
could happen.
anything can happen, especially when we're already off to a rocky start like this one. Kyro opting to save there. I don't fault him at all.
King Russ is still having issues.
That
Oh
is
man,
definitely a rough one.
this could be the first lopsided race of the entire tournament here.
It's too early to say for sure, but it definitely has the potential. King Russ does get it eventually. Hopefully that ending mistake doesn't happen again. And I hope that this doesn't shake up their gameplay too much, because I would like to see another close race.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When, especially if you miss something multiple times, like Bean Island after saving, it's very easy to get tilted, and that can influence the rest of your run. So
yeah, it's a very different environment than a PB, because if that happens in a regular run, you know, you reset both, you know, your game and your mind, and it's like, okay, we go again. But King Russ has to know in the back of his head right now that he has ground to make up, and that is just another layer of pressure that you don't usually have.
Exactly, and he does make up a little bit of ground by hitting that slope boost first try. So that's a good start for King Russ, but he has to carry that out through the rest of riddles here, and let's see if he can make up some ground. I don't know if he does Invis Minecart, but that is somewhere to make up some ground. So keep an eye on that.
I'm pretty sure he does do it in his PB runs. I don't know if he's willing to risk it now. We'll see. Kyro coming up on the end of riddles here, moving into flies and spiders, which is an execution test. We might be able to see some rust into play here, or we'll get pleasantly surprised.
Yep. So far today, flies and spiders for mostly every runner has been a pretty strong level. Haven't seen too much go wrong in
Right.
flies and spiders. So
It's good to see, because I think flies and spiders is definitely one of those hard but very consistent if you're good at it levels.
yep.
So it's nice to see that skill level coming into play here. And we see
King
King
Russ-
Russ is going for the invisible minecart. Ooh! Oh my god!
A little bit of a custom movement here coming out from King Russ. What
Yeah, it
was
looked
that?
like he was gonna miss the jump attack there, but accidentally boosts off the edge and still lands on top. That is a bit of luck, but exactly what King Russ might need.
And we're going to have to see if that messes up the timing here with the
Yeah.
minecarts. Maybe that little bit of movement might have thrown off the minecart cycle here with King Russ.
Right.
It looks like he's going to be fine. So he
Yep.
does get it.
That little bit of game knowledge on display there. A lot of runners wouldn't know what to do if they miss their usual cycle, but King Russ, very experienced in many different categories, knows just the amount of slashes he needs to make that work. And we see Kyro hitting the rock boost there. One of the harder boosts in flies and spiders for most runners. Not the hardest, but up there, I'd say.
Yep.
And
So far, it looks like Kyro's doing well in flies.
yeah. Very impressive showing. I'm impressed by King Russ making it, you know, coming back after such a shaky start, slowly but surely. Kyro here opting not to go for the boost, and going for the web walk, which isn't something I traditionally be super excited about, but considering it's a race, he's rusty, and he has a lead, I can respect it.
Yep. Oh, King Russ does miss a slow boost.
Is he going for the save jump attack reset, or does he just use it to save? Looks like he just used it to save, which is fair.
Yep. And now Kyro is on barrels, so...
Yep. Both runners doing some boosts here. Luke missing it, but not falling down. That's the big thing on the tree skip here. If you don't fall down, it's not nearly as bad if you do.
Right.
Now, Kyro can send a few attempts like this. I don't know if it's his angle, but he is falling down consistently, which is or he's not falling down consistently, which is very good for retries on this, you know.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bright side here. But, this might definitely be that Rust showing, and he does end up falling. Same for King Russ.
King Russ misses the rock slow boost and...
Opting for a different backup. Interesting.
Oh,
Not...
it does... Okay.
Ooh, okay. A different clip warp than you usually see.
I got a little worried with that clip warp because he did it on the ground instead of like jumping on the vine first and then like maybe dropping off it and getting the clip warp.
I thought he wasn't confident in his clip warp position and he was just going to loop back up. But
yeah.
Looks like he had a different plan in mind and it worked out. Kyro making it up on the tree.
Kyro.
Yep. Definitely not a great barrels, but enough to keep that lead going. If King Russ can get his barrels first try, that will help him close the gap, but he'll have to get there first.
Agreed, and just by looking at King Russ's gameplay, it seems like slow boosting right now is a big issue that he's having some trouble with, and we know in Barrels on a Bond, there is a slow boost you have to do to get up to
There is one slow boost, but on the plus side, the second half of the run isn't nearly as slow boost heavy as the first half, so maybe we'll see a bit of a comeback if that really is the underlying issue here.
Does get the slow boost first try.
Oof, going a little too far on a setup. A pretty common mistake, I'd say, because you want to be that far on the edge to actually get a proper setup on this. Oof. Not getting the time he needs.
And Kyro, okay, Kyro was in the water, but he wasn't moving and paused for a good 5 seconds before he started realizing, but now he finally started moving, so that could have been a very disastrous thing for Kyro.
Yeah.
Something I've actually done before, surprisingly. Or maybe not surprisingly.
But had the awareness, did double check. And honestly, if he's aware of the lead he has right now, and that was just him playing it as safe as possible, then I would totally respect and understand it.
Agreed.
But King Russ is definitely having some trouble here.
Yeah,
it's what you hate to see, honestly.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like King Russ's day, unfortunately. He just keeps falling, and like MKarma said before, falling down is way worse, because then when we saw Kyro miss, he was still staying up, and you don't have to do the slow boost again. So, as MK was saying before, falling down does waste more time, and when you're this far behind, you really can't afford that.
Yep, and another big thing about having to do the slope boost that is easy to forget, especially if you're not really that into the game, is that your jump attacks in this game are on a timer. You can only do another one after 10 seconds of doing the first one. It has to recharge. So you see King Russ now is waiting out that timer because he knows that he can't do another jump attack to try to get back up. But with the recharge, he can, and we just see Kyro running away with it, saving on inside info. It's looking rough.
Yeah, and Kyro here is just going through the motions, taking all the proper saves, doing all the right strategies to take this one home. And barring a very huge meltdown, I don't want to cast their curse again, but King Russ does finally get up on the tree, so
yeah,
there's
a solid 2.5 to 3 minute difference between these runners right now, which is a massive hurdle to overcome. But it's not unheard of for someone to die late into any of the final levels.
Agreed. And we see Kyro here setting up inside info again, taking his time.
Absolutely.
And hitting it.
Does hit it.
Wow. Very good.
Oh, and King Russ falling in the water.
Oh no. Oh,
Kyro even going a right side on gathering, which is a little less consistent, not necessarily much slower, but very, very much easier than the left side, so also an understandable choice.
And also opting to put on the ring, because again, there are spiders there that can kill you. If you get hit once, there's a small chance you don't get poisoned, but more often than not, you get poisoned, and that extra take-up damage from the poison does kill you. So putting on the ring makes it so the spiders can't see you. And again, just doing all the right things to take this one home.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we can truly see Kyro's game plan really is just to be safe, be consistent, don't do anything unnecessary. Meanwhile, King Russ just fell apart so early that whatever plan he had, he probably couldn't follow. So
yeah,
trying to make that all
true.
up.
Basically, two philosophies on the complete opposite sides of the spectrum. One very safe, calculated, and methodical. Another one just completely sending it and trying, obviously,
But you gotta wonder if that was King Russ's original plan, or if he just fell back on that because of his rocky start.
Yeah, that's a good point. And again, I commended the runners earlier for being prepared and putting in the work here. And yeah, you just have to think that maybe that small little hiccup at the start altered his plans that he had coming in here, and that little bit of uncertainty can completely derail your run.
Yup. Kyro coming up on Corwin's skip here. Looked all good, and yes, he does warp up. That's one major hurdle of this level out of the way.
And yeah,
it is looking pretty case closed.
It's looking very bleak here for King Russ.
I want a close run as much as anyone else, but no amount of copium is going to recover this.
You want to see a wall? Moose says in chat he wants to see a wall walk today.
Oh, he'll see a wall walk. I'm sure of it.
Oh yeah, he will.
I mean, I don't want to leak too much, but wall walk is one of the things that I am just going to do.
Yeah, same.
Ooh, and King Russ missing inside invo skip there. If it wasn't sealed already, I think it's safe to say that this is over.
And doesn't opt to take the save, so he does have to start from the beginning of the level again. And Kyro's just in the home stretch, taking it easy, doing everything. Again, I keep saying it, but just doing everything he had to do to take this one home. And
sticking to the plan, and it's working.
Yeah, yep, sticking to his gun, sticking to his preparation, and it's paying off, so... Well played to Kyro here.
Definitely. But King Russ, although obvious having a lot of mistakes, not an awful showing in just the terms of what he showed us. He's definitely showing us some of the game knowledge that you don't see of other runners. In ways he's been backing up his strategies and what he's deciding to go for. It's just unfortunate that he can't show that in the best way possible. And that's Kyro hitting the barrel. It is truly GG's for this one.
And you got to give respects to King Russ. He did pull out some strats we didn't. I think he was the first invis minecart we've seen today. Or did Xahrak do invis minecart? I think he died once and then defaulted back to the old strat. But King Russ pulled out pillar skip, decided not to save on beam. I mean, obviously was part of his downfall, but again, respectable. So, Kyro again finished with about a little bit over 18 minutes. I think like an 18:10 or something. Maybe get verification on the final time for Kyro there. And King Russ here just trying to finish out strong. And unfortunate. Yeah, very unfortunate. Today, slow boosting was not on the table for King Russ, unfortunately. It happens, and I won't doubt he won't come, or he'll come back strong for the next one. And this was a little concern I had for King Russ. He is a jack of all trades, plays many different categories, and trying to translate your skill through many different categories can be more difficult than one may think. So maybe just a little bit of rust on the NMG category instead of the ones he normally plays maybe was the difference here. And we do have some proposals going on in the chat. And awaiting the answer from Ember. And no answer from Ember. Truly unfortunate here. So we see King Russ getting into Cloud's Burst.
Yep.
Definitely not going to be happy with his showing.
Understandably so, but, you know, it is what it is.
I don't know if you knew this, but I'm kind of playing Dr. Phil in your chat. We did have a proposal and no answer, no response, so
Oof, rough.
might have a little bit of animosity in the chat room. Might have to dish out some bans if people get a little nippy at each other, so.
Yeah.
But
Let's keep it civil.
Just trying to. Let's see if King Russ can just close out strong. Does get Corwin skip here. And again, just want to see a strong finish here from King Russ. That's all we want to see. Does get Corwin skip. Is he going to go for wall walk? He's just sending it. Honestly, respectable. Does get the long jump.
Yep.
And let's see. A little bit of hesitation.
Ooh, almost got shot.
Oh my god. And you know what? He's just gonna default
just
to the
backs
old
out of it. Fair enough.
That's fine.
That backup is hardly worth it, because at that point you spend so much time backing it up. But
Yeah.
impressive.
You know, again, I think I saw another long jump glitch, and these runners that don't normally stream, maybe streaming these runs here, the long jump glitch is playing a factor. I can't say for certain. Might have to get his opinion on that, but I don't know. Long jump glitch is just man, it's not fun.
Yeah, it's definitely rough for these players, but you know, it's what you come in with. It's unfortunate. Nothing you can do about it. Just gotta play the cards you're dealt.
Exactly.
And pretty much the home stretch. Few things that can go wrong at this point. Definitely still possible, but I cannot imagine King Russ messing up past this point.
Yeah. Again, this part is a little bit trickier than it seems because there's invisible walls you have to navigate around, and there's also like walls with no collision that you have to go through and know where you're going. Like it's so easy to fall. So this part may be simple, but there's a lot of traps and places you can fall here. So,
Yep, very
doesn't
true.
look like he got past the hard part though, or not the annoying part where there's a bunch of walls you have to go through. So, close out the run here. All right. So coming into the home stretch, one final slope boost, and it looks like not quite, just barely over a 23. All right, I guess there's a little bit delay in the time on the stream, so a 22:49 from King Russ. Obviously, not something he's going to be too excited about, but again, did throw everything out there, put all the strats on the table, and unfortunately just came up a little short. And Kyro is going to take the dub, so GG's to everyone in this race. Kyro, again, we saw two different philosophies here on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Kyro collected, calculated, and did everything he had to do and was comfortable with doing. And King Russ was, again, you can't fault the guy. He was just sending all the strats. And you know what? One philosophy paid off and the other didn't, and that's just how it goes sometimes. So GG's to the runners. Everyone came prepared, knew what they wanted to do, and just how it was today. All right. So I don't actually have word on the next matchup, but might be maybe Nooch or M. I honestly don't know. We'll have to see what the next matchup is. But anyway, talking about the last match, Kyro started out strong, hitting Dreamworld skip first try, but then the next 3 levels had a little bit of a hiccup where King Russ did miss Dreamworld once, but everything after that, Roast Mutton, AUP, and Trollhole, all first try, and then Overhill came. So it was very, very like back and forth battle at the start there, and then once Overhill came around, it kind of put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, for King Russ, and then after Barrels, it was fully buried under the ground. So
All right. I have returned from debriefing the players. Now, coming up next, scheduling's a bit weird because we had to kind of overthrow the plans early on, but I will be playing Sadely up next.
All right.
So, I don't know
Are we gonna
if
get?
Xahrak's around. If Xahrak would like
Yeah.
to take my spot on commentary now, he has access to the right channels. And yeah, I'll be preparing myself for that race. Unfortunately, since I'm playing and also hosting, you'll definitely see some unprofessional scuffed stream stuff while we're setting this up, but it just is what it is. I hope you understand. With that said, I'm gonna go get ready. Good luck with the commentary, and
Good luck, MK.
thank
Let's
you.
go. All right, guys. So you heard it from the man himself. So we do have side lane MK. Sure, MK needs no introduction. Everyone knows who he is, what he's capable of. And then we have Sidley, a newer runner on the scene. Does have a very, very active, first of all, very active in the Discord. So someone who has been playing recently quite a bit. And again, with MKarma, another runner coming in from a little bit of rust, to put it lightly. However, it's a little different this time. My man's has been playing the game for 10 years and a little bit of rust. I don't know how much that'll play a factor in the matchup. I'm going to be honest. So Sidley, even though MK is coming off a little bit of a break, does have his work cut out for him. And yet in chat, a 15-minute PB, nothing to scoff at, nothing to take lightly. 15-minute PB is more than good enough. If MK just has a little bit of an off day, I find it hard to see, but maybe if Sidley puts on a good show and plays really well, you honestly never know. I know we keep saying it, guys. It's very important though. With how this game works, I just want everyone to understand with how this game works, anything can happen. I know you're going to be hearing it a lot. I know I've said it a lot, but it's so true. It really is true. So yeah, obviously MKarma being in second place by like literally 100 milliseconds or something like that. So, I mean, take that for what it is. But obviously a proven runner in the community, and you guys are obviously in his channel watching this right now, so needs no introduction. So Sidley is a newer runner, very active in the community, so I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. Yeah, imagine if anyone PBs. I want just one person to PB in a race. Like that would be amazing. Yeah, I'd love to see that. It's just hype, you know. All right. All right. So we are bringing Xahrak onto the stream for commentary. Xahrak, you're muted, so if you want to unmute and introduce yourself as the top bloke to the chat. For those of you who don't know, maybe is your chance to win some people over. If you want to introduce yourself here, Xahrak.
Hello, everyone. I am the top bloke. Yeah,
You are the top bloke. That's just all that needs to be said.
Yeah, I'm just the top bloke. It's all you really need.
Yeah, I mean, so if you guys don't know, Xahrak is you've seen him earlier, so I mean we've talked enough about him, but he is a top 5 runner in the game. Does stream the game very often, every Tuesdays and Thursdays. So
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So a very experienced.
Reset on Dreamworld. That's 16 times a minute.
Yeah.
Go ahead and follow, but
I don't know if I appreciate the plug here on the tournament channel, so we're gonna have to keep that to a minimum.
You dragged me here.
But yeah, if you guys do want to watch it, he does stream on Twitch. So Xahrak, what do you make of this matchup coming here? Obviously, we have MK and Sidley. So what do you think of this matchup coming here? Your predictions, maybe, on how you think Sidley will play, and more importantly, who do you think will win?
So obviously Sidley's new, or Sidley. MK has took a big break from the game, recently come back. So I'm not entirely sure where his confidence is lying at the minute. But I do believe he is well more than capable of winning.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Confidence is huge in this game. If you don't have confidence to do anything, then once one thing falls apart, you start second guessing yourself, and all of a sudden you find yourself missing 10 slope boosts and wasting a minute. And just like it can fall apart so quickly that no amount of experience can kind of come back for that. Or maybe it can, I don't know, maybe I'm downplaying. But, you know,
Oh, no, absolutely.
confidence is key, and taking a bit of a break from the game can alter your confidence. So another, I guess, how do you think Sadely will perform? How well do you, like, what time do you think Sadely needs? And just to remind you, his PB is a 15-15, so do you think he needs to play close to a 15? Do you think that's even enough to pull it out? What do you think?
Well, I know he is very consistent at early game. I haven't seen much of his gameplay, but I've seen him post a lot in the Discord about his times. So with his early game, I feel like he'll be very confident.
And
The later game is a little bit more questionable. However, I still believe he can do it. Anything's possible.
Yep.
So it really does just come up to if anyone chokes, who's feeling more confident about tricks, saves, really.
Yep. Yeah, and
so yeah.
strategy's huge. And just harping back on what you said is a great point, that Sadely does have from what I've seen in Discord, does have a lot of early game experience, and especially in runs, it's very important to be solid in the early game to give you the confidence for the end game. If Sadely can somehow build a confidence early, hit all the tricks first try, and maybe MK misses a slope boost or two, and Sadely's ahead at Overhill, maybe that'll give him enough confidence, or on the other hand, make MKarma a little bit more nervous where he starts making uncharacteristic mistakes. So I think it's very important for Sadely to get out to a huge start here and do everything first try, and I think he's more than capable of doing that.
Oh, absolutely.
Go ahead, sorry.
Is this okay? I feel because I'm not sure if Sadely has actually submitted a run to the leaderboards, so I haven't actually been able to watch him, which is the main thing where I can't really make a prediction without seeing it first.
Yep.
So it's going to be a little strange, I think, for everyone.
And that is a fair point. Sadely, for those of you who don't know, doesn't currently have a PB on SRC. So we're kind of just taking his word that his PB is a 15-15. So I guess right now we'll get our first chance to see what he's actually all about, because I don't even think I've seen a recorded run from Sadely at all. So we're gonna see if he's capable of getting out to a good start and pulling through with the late game. And also at the same time, it's also important for MK to get out to a good start too, because again, as Xahrak mentioned before, that confidence is a huge factor, and maybe being on a little bit of a break has faltered that confidence a little bit. So maybe like a Dream World miss or a Troll Hole miss might not help with the confidence, and might in fact have a negative impact on it. So it's just as important for both runners to get to a huge start out here for this race. And it does look like we have streams, or the gameplay feeds on stream. So I think we might be getting a countdown here soon. So let's wait and see what's gonna happen here. Again, we do the predictions are over. Okay, yeah, we did have predictions, and I didn't see who was voted for more, but yeah, he wants to get a PB right now and then submit it. Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, I think Sadely needs to have close to, if not a PB performance, in order of having a shot of pulling this out. Because, like, to be quite frank, MK is really good at the game, and the way I kind of see it is that Sadely needs to put pressure. He needs to put pressure on MK early. Needs to put pressure on MK early and heavy, so that maybe, just maybe, he might falter MK's confidence a little bit, and force them to do uncharacteristic mistakes. So we see here the runs have started. We have MK on the left, Sidley on the right, and they're getting started here on Dreamworld. And let's see if Sadley can put that start into fruition here. MK does miss Dreamworld once, and Sadley does get it. So again, going back to what we were talking about, Xahrak, Sadley does get out to a huge start.
He's missed again.
Oh, MK's missed again.
He's missed again. So yeah, as we were saying, Sadley does have a very strong start. And MK obviously did take a break. So it may be, harder for MK to get back into the game. But again, the confidence on the end games really does matter just as much as the start.
Right, totally agree.
I do think MK has a lot more confidence.
Yep. So MK did miss Dreamworld twice, not the end of the world, but you can see Sadley has built up a sizable lead, maybe 10 to 15 seconds. And so far, so good for Sadley, going according to plan. And MK has a little bit of work to do here at the start. But again, as you mentioned, this is only the early game. We still have late game, and MKarma in the late game is scary. He's very good, very consistent at the game. So here we go. Sadley with Troll does get it first try.
First try.
Huge.
Wow.
Huge from Sadley. And he's doing, so far, Sadley is doing everything he needs to do. He's doing everything right. And he's definitely, the pressure is being put right now. I'm not going to lie, there is pressure on MK right now.
We can also see we've got Sadley's got his menuing down. Oh, he's missed. Oh, he missed.
Okay. MK does miss Troll, and Sadley does take a quick save. I like it from Sadley. But again, okay, MK second try Troll hole. Yep. And so now, for me, this was the dream start for Sadley, right? Did everything right, got first try Troll hole, first try Dreamworld. But for me, this is where the game really starts. This is where players like MKarma really shine, and the movement really shows, especially in a level like Overhill. Sadley's going to have to keep the momentum going, and MK has a little bit of work to do.
Definitely. Sadley is going to have to bring his A game. And as everyone always says, a run doesn't truly start until the end of Overhill.
Yep.
So, it just proves how hard this level really is to perfect. And it seems like, okay. Safety save.
MK a bit of nervous gameplay coming out here. I'm not gonna lie, from MK, a bit of nervous gameplay, and we did see already Sadley did get first try pillar skip. So again, still putting on the pressure, still doing what he needs to do, and so far he's on PB pace, right?
Oh, I think so, definitely. Okay,
MK
he's hit pillar skip.
Does get pillar skip again, so not losing any more time. But man, this is
Sadley is in front, but this is definitely savable.
Wow, very impressive clip coming out from Sadley. Gets it in a couple nudges, clips right through. Wow, I'm very impressed with how Sadley is performing right now. Playing extremely well.
He really is playing like a top runner.
Yeah,
I'm very shocked. I didn't expect this strong of a start for Sadley. Yeah,
there's definitely something unexpected happening right now. Does opt to take the save for Bean Island. Again, pretty smart strategy to do, obviously. Is a camera up, enjoyer, but does miss Bean Island. And that gives MK... all MK needs is that little bit of cushion. Doesn't need much, just a little bit to get back in this race. And Sadley has opened up a gap for MK to get back in this race.
So the question is, will that make Sadley panic or not?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That is a very horrible spot to fail at.
And we see
MK hit his B skip.
Yep, brings out the alternate movement as well. So for those of you who don't know, that is the other movement for Bean Skip. It is slightly faster if both are done well. If both movements are done well, that one's like ever so slightly faster. So, but he does pull it out. He's very comfortable with it. It is a little bit more difficult, but again, comfortable. And yeah.
Okay, he's hit slope boost first try.
Wow, dude. Sidley has not, other than the one Bean Island mistake, he is playing lights out. Oh, MK just barely making it. Just made it to the talk trigger. to talk to Thorin there and makes it up, and we still have a close race on our hands, but Sadley's still holding a comfortable lead of about 10 seconds.
So I can see Sadley is pulling out some movement that really is only used by top runners.
Yeah.
Which I haven't seen much of in the tournament yet.
Yes,
bound to see it.
Everything Sadley's doing, even this movement here that you're seeing MKarma do now, only the top runners do that. And Sadley, without even a submitted time to the leaderboard, is pulling out strats from top runners in a race against the top runner, showing no fear. No, he's not nervous at all, and quite frankly, he's playing like it. He's playing extremely well, and so far, I'm very impressed with how Sadley's playing.
He seemed very confident, but he's not going to go for Invisible Cart.
Oh man,
that's interesting.
Wow.
And MK is, and he hits.
And
will he get?
Oh
no!
He got his jump in. Oh my gosh.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh, he has to go all the way back. Wait, he should just load the save. Oh man. Okay, so he took the save from up top, and it's definitely faster to load the save than climb all the way back up. This is worst case scenario. Worst case scenario for MK. And as he was about to take the lead, because Sadley was doing a safer but slower strat. Oh man.
No, he died.
Oh no. So okay,
so
that ledge boost, so you can ledge boost off there, but if you do a ledge boost, a long jump, or a jump, you take damage. But doing the normal way, walking off, you slide down the wall, which makes you take no damage. And that's just wow. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now.
He's going for Invisible Cart again, and he missed.
Oh my god, he's missed again. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable.
This could be a very big upset.
Sadley just now finishes Riddles in the Dark, and his on-flight spiders MK is still on the invisible minecart. And oh man, I don't think anyone expected this coming except like Moose, because he was like the one person who voted for him. But
actually, I voted for Sadley.
That's toxic.
Purely,
oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
So MK on the invisible minecart strat jumped the gun a little too early on the slash jump and did not let the cart come far enough, and hits the cart with his slash jump.
So at this point, do you think it's worth MK going for another invisible cart, or should he just do it normal?
No, I think at this point MK
missed again.
I disagree with the strategy. I think MK at this point is good enough where he can still come back from this. If he misses minecart one or two more times, I don't know with how well Sadley's playing. Sadley is playing lights out right now. He is hitting every slow boost, doing every strategy first try. And with how he's playing right now, I don't think MK can afford to die one more time on minecart. And as I say that, he goes for it again and dies again. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now.
This is insane. No one expected this. Absolutely nobody. I don't care who you are.
Oh my god.
Moose is laughing in the chat. There's yeah, that's toxic.
Oh my god, Moose. My man's Moose really disrespected out here. And now MK's decided he's gonna go for the old route.
Right.
The old route. And man, it's just taken way too long at this point, where I think he needed to make that call just a little bit sooner. But we do have Barrels Out of Bond coming up for Sadley. Does get the slow boost. Will he get in the tree? Oh my god, is this... Who is this guy? This guy is... What the hell? This guy is playing lights out.
Wow.
Wow. I cannot believe what is... This man is... Is this man... What? What is going on?
Taz check recorded it.
I have not seen this guy miss a singular strategy yet.
I think the only thing he's missed so far is Bean. Yeah.
Wow.
He's coming up to the end of Warm Welcome.
I don't want to be negative Nancy, but in order for MK to overcome this, even at his skill level, is going to be... I think at this point is going to have to be like Sadley's going to have to make a mistake. I don't think any amount of perfect gameplay is going to bring this back if Sadley does everything first try.
I agree.
MK has dug himself a huge hole, and it's going to take a lot for him to dig this one out.
This is... I don't know. I don't know what to say. actually, like,
Unbelievable.
oh,
And
this
MK just
second-
pouring salt on the wound, misses another slope boost, and
Loads of
that's
save.
just, yeah, that's just another mistake. There's too many mistakes adding up right now, and oh man, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
Notice
I
we don't
cannot-
actually have the timer up, so
Yeah,
we don't
we-
actually know.
Yeah, we don't know, but
Yeah.
dude, Sadley has to be on like, even with the amount of saves and the missed beam.
Oh no!
Oh my god, everything that is going wrong for MK is
Oh.
going wrong right now, and it is
Oh,
game.
no, it's
okay,
fine.
no, okay, we're back. Anything that could be going wrong right now for MK is going wrong, and he clips warps all the way back to the slope boost.
We'll have to see how
Wow.
Sadley gets on in inside info.
Guys,
Pull off.
I think we're going to see a massive upset, barring a huge meltdown from Sadley. Oh man, I cannot believe what's going on right now. MK does
Hey,
get a bad boost again, but
just about.
yeah, he just does stay up, and he's gonna have to play. All MK can do right now is play as well as he possibly can, and just hope, and that's all he can do. Sadley going for inside info. This is the first hope for MK. If Sadley, and it just looks perfect, and he's just got it again.
Straight
And
away.
this man cannot miss anything.
So you-
This guy is on like 13 pace easily, maybe
He is.
12.
Yeah,
I want to say he's on like 12 pace. This guy is playing 2 minutes at least ahead of his PB against the second place runner, making the most uncharacteristic mistakes. I don't know what to
Looks like
say.
Sadley's having trouble with the clip
Oh,
on Warm
yeah.
Welcome.
Now that you mention it, he is having a little bit of trouble. With
MKarma
gathering.
hits Barrel's first try.
And MK with the first try barrels is clutching out.
And he
Sadley
just Warm Welcome.
missing. Wow, Sadley missing the long jump, and again, we could see it. I don't.
We
he
see
should
Sadley
just-
panicking slightly.
If Sadley had the stream up right now, he could see the lead he's at and then alter his strats for said lead, and he does do that, but has he given MK enough of a window to come back in this race? Oh man.
MKarma clearly not very happy. Oh, this is. I've just got to say, we have to respect Sadley's gameplay here. This is
Yeah.
very, very good.
Yeah, I've never seen this guy stream. I've never seen a recorded video of his gameplay. However, what I am seeing, the pixels on the right side of my screen right now are immaculate. This guy is playing insane. And quite frankly, I don't think anyone could have ever expected this, even if they picked him to win. He is playing up far above and beyond his actual PB, and MK is making up some ground.
Oh, he's dying.
Sadley does die to the goblins on Cloudburst, and oh my god, Xahrak,
No.
could it be happening, Xahrak? Are we
It
seeing?
It looks as if a small, very, very small window has opened for MKarma, and he's going for the new strat on inside, and he hits it.
And he hits it. Didn't expect anything else. And MK is doing everything that he has to do. He's hitting all the strats first try.
Did we see a
he's
no
just
stop?
playing with no fear. We will see a no stop long jump coming out of MKarma. He's a little bit right. He needs a
Oh,
strafe.
missed.
Overdoes the strafe.
Oh.
And he hits the invisible wall too early.
See, they're going for core win skip.
And oh man, that might seal the deal, ladies and gentlemen. Sidely a little bit. Oh my goodness, how did he not hit the trick? Anyway, that chord skip looks good. Let's see if he actually got it. Does get chord skip. I saw the little hesitation. He was gonna go for a wall walk, but Xahrak, I hate to say it, but I think this is all she wrote. With how Sadley's been playing, I don't think there's any chance for MK to come back.
I'm very sad to say. I think I agree.
I cannot.
This has been
I cannot believe
possibly.
it.
This has been possibly the best run we've seen so far from Sadley.
And he comes up short on inside info.
I think
And-
that's it. I think it's over.
It's actually over.
It's very unfortunate.
I do not believe this. This is going to be for the next 10 tournaments. For the next 10 tournaments, this is going to be the biggest upset ever.
And we've had a message from MKarma.
Sidely, oh my goodness. Sidely, you cannot. You gotta put respect on this guy's name.
You really have to.
You have to put respect. He is just styling with the slash cancels at this point. He is taking it home in style. This man is proving that he's a force to be reckoned with, taking down the second place runner in NMG on the SRC leaderboard in the first tournament ever of the Hobbit in the first round. Unbelievable. And there it is.
It's over.
Sidely has hit the final barrel.
Does he have his time up?
And
what's he done?
Sidely has defied all logic. He's literally pulled out a miracle from his bum and beaten MK on his own stream. And what do you? I don't even know. What do you make of this, Eric?
I have no words. We can do nothing except. He got a 1547.
1547. Wow. So
the best we've seen.
That's
the best we've seen.
Your run's the best we've seen, I think. Wasn't it? Wait, didn't you get like a 14 or something?
I can't remember what I got.
I think you got a sub 14.
I can't remember.
Oh.
Yo. No way.
I honestly, MK, what we can ask you if you want do a little bit of a post-game interview. However, watching the race in front of me, Sidely, I haven't seen a video of this man play, a stream of this man play. This guy is good at the video game. This guy is not someone to be taken lightly, and he is good at the video game. And just the strats he was pulling out with confidence, first trying everything. I can't help but to ask you, if you had the stream open, were you watching what was going on, and did this like alter your strategy or gameplay at all? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I was kind of saying the same thing where we were at a point where you basically had to play for your best and hope Sadly made a mistake, and then it sadly got to Gathering of the Clouds and started making some mistakes and died in Cloud's Burst, and it looked like you were bringing it back, first trying barrels, and a warm welcome was clean, and Inside Info was looking extremely well. At that point, when you started, building a little bit of a rhythm, did you think things were going your way? And then, so I guess I'm kind of asking. Yeah. Oh.
So,
no, man.
I need to interrupt very quickly. They can't actually hear MK on stream.
Oh.
Oh, that my bad. I'll do a quick recap of the things I said. Well, can you give me the question again if you remember?
So the first question was if you had the stream open on the side, which you said you did, and you saw that Sadely was gaining ground on you, that altered your gameplay or strategy or make you a little nervous.
Right, so at the beginning it was already hopeless, I realized, but towards the end in Inside Info is where I decided to change the strategy and just send it. Because I was watching, but in the end it wouldn't have mattered. I needed Sadely to choke and for me to play my best, and neither of those things happened. And in the end, right. I can make a million excuses, but none of them are good enough for the gameplay you had to witness. So, sorry about anyone that was rooting for me. Actually, I'll make one excuse. One excuse is the one I get, because inside info, at that point it was already over, so it didn't matter, but inside info was literally impossible. A quick comeback to something we talked about earlier, but long jumps are dependent on CPU usage. Like if you're having high CPU usage, your long jumps can get worse, sometimes even better. And the way I usually play is not with 2 streams open, streaming to myself and having all of this shit up. So that was honestly a prep mistake on my part that I didn't consider that jump would be 10 times harder.
Yeah, again.
So really just a preparation mistake, but it is what it is.
However, it can't be understated that Sidley played extremely well, and I have to ask you, did you expect, like, someone we've never seen a run from a video or Twitch, but we've seen him post splits in Discord all the time. Did you expect him to come out heavy hitting like this in his first ever, like, speed run that, like, other people actually win? Did you expect?
No, respectfully, not at all. I know for one thing from Sidley is he is not afraid to boast about how good the beginning of his run is. Excuse me. How good the beginning of his runs are. And that just always in the back of my mind made me wonder, okay, he's showing all these good beginnings, but if that's all he's getting, then surely he's not that great in the end game, and turns out I've been humbled completely.
Yeah, other than a little bit of gathering schlop and dying once in Cloud's Burst, the end game was clean, the barrels was clean. And going back to the beginning, that was the kind of the strategy I laid out before the race started, was for Sidley to build up a little bit of a lead in the early game, because he's really good and posts a lot of splits of the early game. And he did exactly that. He honestly executed extremely well to the point where no one really could have expected it. And I'm extremely impressed with how he played that match.
Yeah, definitely. GG's to Sadley. I can only be relieved that my life is a little easy now, because setting that all up was a nightmare. Having to host the stream or whatever. But
yeah.
Moving into the next match, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kick someone from commentary, and it is not Xahrak, it is Shockster, because Shockster will be going up against Kyro, who just came off a hot match with King Russ.
Alright, I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck, Shocky. I hope you can avenge me. Well, not really applicable. I hope you can avenge me eventually if you make it against Sadley.
Yeah.
But yeah, good luck with your match.
We have had Shockster in the chat asking if we could take a small break, or bathroom break.
Oh, of course. Actually, a good time for the stream. We'll take a few minutes here. Everyone, go get your snacks, go get yourselves a drink, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Sound good? All right. See you all in 5. And we are back. I'm here with Xahrak, and we're going to be commentating Shocky versus Kyro. Going to be an interesting match. What do you think, Mr. Xahrak?
I think underdogs are maybe going to be bet on a little bit more now.
I think it's completely fair. I don't want to influence any bets, but I'll give you some intel. Shocky has not been playing whatsoever for the past few weeks, and Kyro is looking good in this match.
He really is.
I'm gonna go get the other setup. If you could talk a bit about these players and their strengths and whatever, then I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. So, as pretty much everyone here will know, Shockster does hold the world record for the Hobbit NMG. Very closely followed up by MKarma. However, as MKarma said, he has not played the game in quite a while. I also think Kyroscope has not played it in a while, so this might be a little bit of a mix on who's going to win, who's going to make more mistakes, who's just going to be better overall, really. But you can't take anything away from either of them. They're both very good runners. If I'm not mistaken, they're both within the top 15. Kyroscope coming in at number 14. And as you've seen from the last game, he absolutely smashed it. He was very good. I'm not sure. It's up to how well they're going to play, really. We should have a very good match on our hands. So go ahead and get predicting. I can see it's very even now. Okay, I don't think anyone really can put anything against them now. It's an even playing field once again. Really anything can happen. So we are just waiting for both runners to be ready. Really, I'm running out of things. It's just, I'm still in shock after the last game. I can see the chat is, this has been a very, very entertaining tournament. Just from a player as well as a viewer. Hopefully, this will be done again. I'm not saying it will be, because I'm not the one setting it up. But it's so much fun to being able to commentate, watch, play in it. There's really nothing else like this game. I just think it's very, what's the word? Unforgiving. You make a mistake, that mistake will probably stick with you. And one of the hardest tricks being in the game as the very first level can mess up a lot of runs. I know it's a hot spot for resetting for a lot of runners. And as we've seen in the tournament, there have been a lot of people missing it first try and a few people hitting it first try. It really is just up to who can do it. Or as Ember would like to say, it's in the chat. Okay. Dreamworld is a very, very mean level, as well as Overhill. Overhill is, in my opinion, the hardest level that you can come up on. Just because of the movement you need to use. There's so many places where it might be better to save rather than to just absolutely go for it. Especially Bean Island and Pillar Skip. Those are big run enders. MKarma is currently setting up the next match. Looks like maybe set up. I hate Boob is also a very big one. It's just up to, if you know the technique, you can get it down. If you don't, it can kill your run. That's what we mean by unforgiving. Yes. Yes, Speedy. I agree. We have to keep it professional. So from the looks of it, we may be starting very, very soon. It looks like Kyro and Shockster are both nearly ready. Should be any second now, really. It's okay. Does seem like there's a little bit of a... Oh, okay. There's never mind. And he's missed Dreamworld skip. Looks like Shockster has a...
Oh. Sorry about that, stream. Turned out I was muted for a second. I was just talking about how we're having a few weird delay things. As you can see, Kyro's going super speed and slow motion and back and forth. So I might have to mess with timings a bit here to get it in sync.
Kyro's opted to play Sonic instead of Hobbit.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting strategy he has here. Let me see if I can get that fixed here.
Kyro is going Burr. He's going a little strange. It looks like Shockster's doing a 360.
Yeah. If you can hold it down for me while I try to figure this out.
I'll give it a go. So it seems like Kyro's struggling to get onto the roof. But Shockster, not sure if, he's trolling or not, but he did do a 360.
Probably just one of those things where you spin your mouse a little too hard and it goes extra
maybe,
speed.
yeah.
Okay, I think we're pretty synced now, so race should be watchable again. Shocky's off to a rough start. He is going to do the save reload strategy to get his jump attack back a little earlier, which is a clever no reset / race strategy here, but Kyro...
very slightly messing up roast button a little bit.
Yep. But not far off.
First try hot troll hole. Okay, he's brought it back. It's not far off.
Yeah, it's still pretty close, and it's very early in the run. Right now in the overhill is really where we're gonna start seeing the differences. Speaking of differences, who do you think will win this race?
It's a mix-up. I don't know who to think now.
Yeah,
because it's very clear anything can happen.
I'll be honest, I'm ride or die with Shocky. I think despite not playing, Shocky's just one of those players who never really loses his edge too much. Like when you see him on stream, yeah, exactly. When you see him on stream, there was this period he did All Quest for a couple weeks, and I was like, okay, I'll do an NMG run. And then, literally the first NMG run, rusted everything, he got a 130 troll hole exit, which, if you know, a 130 troll hole exit is pretty much the best you can ask for, realistically, at the highest level. So I'm confident in his ability to perform despite the rust.
It seems Shockster nearly got hit by a boulder, but he did get a lucky escape, and Kyro coming up to drop just where Shockster nearly died.
Yep, it's still not far off. Anything can happen. I do like what I'm seeing from Shocky, though.
I think both runners are doing very well so far.
Absolutely. Oh, Shocky getting pounced, the slight off angle. No. Oh, that's that weird thing. You don't see it a lot if you're a casual viewer, because that's how runs die. But yeah, if you hit a corner at like the perfect angle, it'll send your momentum another way, and that can happen if you're slightly off of that jump.
You might have missed it. Shockster also actually spawned back at pillar skip and missed it.
Yeah, I don't think he missed it. He didn't have his jump attack back yet.
Yeah, he didn't have his jump attack, but as he was falling down, he did jump attack, meaning he had to wait another 10 seconds. Yeah, which isn't ideal. It
isn't ideal, but it's too early to determine anything with this.
Oh, definitely.
Meanwhile, something that will determine a lot here is the save that Kyro's coming up on, but he doesn't even make it to the save. Did he save on pillar skip?
I think he did, yeah.
Oh my.
So it seems like Overhill really isn't anyone's best friend today.
Yeah.
It's Pillar Skip though.
It is.
with gets the clip.
It's rough out here. They're in the trenches
Really
right
is.
now.
Again, anything can happen, you know.
As you can see.
Thought he was going to get bounced again. He's all
No,
good.
looks like Shockey's making it this time. He's saving for sure. After all that, yeah.
Oh, definitely.
I feel like normally he wouldn't, but after that happened, I can't blame him.
I feel like Bean Skip is very hit or miss for a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. I think by itself, it isn't that mechanically difficult, and usually it's early enough in the run that you're not normally under pressure. So when you come into a race like this, it's suddenly a whole different trick.
It is. And again, it's only halfway through. There's plenty more of the game to play, and we don't know what's going to happen with the rest.
Yeah. I mean, if my race was anything to tell you, that anything can happen in riddles as well, so let's hope for these runners it ends a little better. And Kyro also hitting Bean. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's got it. Sorry, I think I'm a little bit delayed, but it's okay. I can't actually remember. Yeah, sorry. I think riddles is a very unforgiving level as well, especially if you're going to try and go for invisible cart. Because sometimes that... what am I trying to think of?
So many
long
things.
Jump glitch.
Yeah, a lot of things can go wrong. You can get long jump glitch, your movement can be just a little bit off, throwing off the entire cycle you're going for. There's a lot into that trick.
It really is. It looks like Shockster is not... Oh, never mind. He is going to go for the save.
Yeah, it looks like he had a quick little brain fart there. Let's see if that game knowledge Kyro has from his experience allows him to get the backup, and he does. That's actually a little bit of a weird backup. I'm impressed he got that so quickly. It's going to help Kyro stay in this.
Find it very difficult for that backup.
Oh yeah, same.
I'm never able to perform it, but it looks as though Shockster should be fine for invisible cart. It's the first one I think we've seen.
Absolutely, unless he did something like not restarting his game, I think he is completely fine here.
I also think so. It looks like it.
Very well executed, and I can't help but think that Shockey is having a pretty decent start here, aside from the big overhill bounce, which obviously is still a mistake, but hard to control. I think his gameplay is looking very solid.
It is. It looks like Kyro having some issues with web skip.
Yep.
Those spiders never give you any leeway. They're horrible.
Yeah. I can't imagine what it's like to be Kyro right now. You know, you're going up against the world record holder, and your strategy is mostly playing safe. Like, what do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's just trying to do his best.
I think that's probably the best approach you can have. At this point, it's not worth overthinking it. Just stick to your plan.
So, Kyro not going for invisible cart. I think that's probably a smart choice. Just because if you miss it, you're probably losing a little bit more time.
It's true.
Shockster doing flies and spiders absolutely flawlessly from what I've seen.
Yeah, very much so. I'm interested to see what kind of split time he'll get here.
So on.
And very clean on the boosts.
Very clean.
Still, anything can happen, and the one thing about being rusty is you never know for sure what trick is going to give you the most trouble.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think even they know.
Yeah, and obviously, I've got to mention it every time, barrels is coming up. Very difficult, very precise, not super punishing if you miss it, but it's very possible to miss it multiple times in a row. And we're going to have to see if Shockey is still up to par with that.
It seems to be a very... it seems across all runners so far that hitting it isn't the easiest, but Shockster does it first try. Get it? Oh, he does. He gets it. Kyro missing the first.
At that point, I feel like you got to give Kyro something.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Although, honestly, I don't know. I don't think Shockey's the type of person to keep track of the stream So maybe that mistake on Overhill made him think he's on the back foot, and he's just pulling the stops.
I think so. It also looks like, well, from there, Kyro actually nearly hit a soft lock spot next to the rock. Luckily recovered.
Yeah.
He chooses not to save. There we go. Shockster gets warm welcome. Yeah, there seems to be... Yeah, I was going to say, there was no timer on stream. I did notice that last run.
Yeah, last run I took it off because it was impossible with the way I had the stream set up.
I thought it would be. Kyro hesitating a little bit, it seems, but he gets it first.
It's fair. It's a tricky jump. I can't help but feel like this is going to be a very uphill battle for Kyro.
I really do think so. Seems like, well, the votes on who was going to win seemed very, very even. I think it was 50-50.
Ooh, interesting. Spicy.
So,
honestly, disrespectful. You gotta put some more respect on Shockey's name. I get it if you voted against me, but come on. He's the Shockster. The guy.
Shockster. He's Mr. World Record holder. It looks like... Okay, never mind. I thought he actually missed the cutscene, which I personally would have done because I don't actually know where it is.
Shockey going for the save there, not the boost. Completely fair.
Yep. So Kyro going for barrels out of bond and he falls.
Yeah. The gap is widening. And Kyro, I don't even think he's doing that bad. Like
I also don't think so. And Shockster misses.
Ooh.
Inside info.
Maybe I've been speaking too early.
And Kyro looks like he's gonna hit barrels out of... He's hit barrels.
Nice.
Needs a clean, warm welcome, and also a little bit of luck from Shockster. He could be on a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried that Shockey might get a little panicky here. Because I still don't think he's watching the stream, and I think he's the type of person to really have confidence in like how others play. So he's probably thinking Kyro is flying through here, and it's close, but he's got room to breathe right now. But Kyro is not doing bad, mind you.
He's doing very well.
He's just playing up against a very, very good player here. Relative to his PB, Kyro is probably doing better than Shockey right now. But
I also think so.
The skill difference might just be a little too big here with Shockey entering the Cloud's Burst.
Kyro has just having a little bit of a swim.
Yeah.
Enjoying himself, having a little bathe.
What do you think Shockey will have to mess up for Kyro to have a chance? Because I think it's fair to say at this point that...
I was thinking he would probably mess up the first jump.
I'm surprised, honestly.
I feel like the nerves are getting to him now, because, as you said, he might not be watching the stream, so he might
Interesting
not know what's going
that he's not going for the easy backup, because he was commenting on that before. Yep. He was commenting, I think it was on King Russ's run, that at that point you might as well go for the easy strat, because you have the time while your jump attack is recharging to get there anyway. But he opts to not.
And as he does that, Kyro enters inside info.
Yup. Still a big gap, but a little smaller. Let's see Corwin skip from Shockey here.
Are we going to see wall walk from Shockey as well?
I believe it. I think even if he doesn't need it, his pride won't allow him to skip it.
That's true. I really don't think he's going to give himself any sort of...
Ooh, he does get shot by an arrow here.
He does.
Wonder if that's throwing him off. Another arrow flying in, another one. Luckily those two miss. And does hit wall walk. Impressive, given how that can really mess with your focus when that happens.
Oh, I've had it multiple times. It's not great. It can really throw you off. It can really mess up your wall walk, and you can die straight away.
Yep, and on Kyro's side, he's having some trouble with the clip here. Does end up making it through. Oh, and hits the Smaug cutscene. I hate to be a doomer, but I think this is over.
Unless he does an Ember and falls.
I mean, even if he does an Ember and falls, Kyro is not even close to... It is what it is.
It's looking very promising for Shockster.
For sure.
Kyro just about makes it, and it looks like he doesn't hit the smoke cutscene this time.
Yep, and Shocky also not hitting the ending cutscene there, which is a new trap. Obviously, he's not going to fall for that.
Yep.
Looks like we're coming in on Shockster's time here.
And Kyro hits, and it looks like
And
Shockster.
Kyro has
14:48.
unfortunately been eliminated, but not a bad showing for him at all. Definitely.
14:48, very, very respectable time.
Right, the official time, because of the delays, is actually 14:45. Now remind me, Xahrak, what was your time in your race? Do you remember?
Mine was 13:59.
So basically you're saying you can destroy this kid.
What I'm saying is this kid trash.
Very true. Well, Xahrak, if you're on the opposite side of the bracket, so if you make it to grand finals and so does Shocky, you'll get to prove that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
As for Kyro, let's
Sweet
just see how
words.
his run finishes. He's earned the screen time.
Yes.
Kyro, longtime runner, always been around in the community. He grinded GameCube while nobody else did. We cannot help but put respect on his name. He came into this tournament pretty much raw as far as I can tell. And, you know, he won more rounds than I did. So, give it up for Kyro.
You have to. Also, a fun fact, Kyro was the first person out of the whole community to actually follow me. I do remember, for some strange reason. Yep.
Very, very cool.
Joined in on one of my first streams.
Kyro is that type of guy to just hang out with the community. Can't help but love him.
It really is, it's great.
Alright, then coming up after this, Xahrak, it'll be your turn against Nooch. How do you think that'll go? You confident?
Well, I know Nooch is a very good player. If I'm not wrong, he's 16th on the leaderboards.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna think it's an easy battle at all.
Mm-hmm. You think your last race gave you confidence?
I don't think it's gave me confidence. I think it's made me less panicked. You know,
ooh, that's a very good thing to have in these situations.
Definitely. So Kyro opted not to go for wall walk.
I don't think Kyro has wall walk in his skill set, respectfully. So. Kyro, obviously a very good overall player, but on PC, he's just a little bit on the weaker side. I can't fault him. He's still, actually, I say that, but he's still 14th. I cannot take Kyro for granted.
No,
but yeah,
he's a very respectable player.
Absolutely. Looks like Kyro is coming up on the end here, so if you could give us a quick recap of this race, Xahrak, I'll go debrief the other runners, and then you can get ready for yours.
Okay, good. So, it seems like it's going to be a very good time for Kyro. Actually, what is his PB? Okay. It seems like a very good run. He should definitely be proud of himself. He's taken a little bit of a long turnaround, but it's okay. He's going to end up, unless he falls off the map here, which has happened. Not in the run, in the tournament, but it has happened before. Looks like he ends out with an 18-14 on stream. I'm not entirely sure what he ended up with. Actually, no, I am sure. He ended up with an 18-12 in-game on his timer. So, obviously, very respectable. GG to both runners. It looks, it was a very, very, very even on the predictions. So, nobody should be upset with themselves at all. It was enough for you just to sign up for the tournament. And Kyroscope actually winning his first race. Unfortunately losing on round 2 to the world record holder. So, even just that, for facing the world record holder one-on-one, you should not be disappointed at all with a score like that. So, it currently looks like it's Shockster into the semi-finals against Sadley. And the next match will be after Shockster. Yes, you do, Sadley. Unfortunately, you do have Shockster. And your next match will be me, Xahrak, versus El Nuchador.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back.
Right, Shockster, you got any words to say
Words
about
to
your
say?
performance?
Oh, about my performance?
About your performance,
Yeah.
about Kyro's performance, anyone's?
I wasn't watching, so I don't know what Kyro did, but I made some mistakes, but overall I'm not too unhappy with what happened. I was kind of more annoyed in how Cloud's burst was going than like the death in Overhill, and then like missing. I think I missed Bean once, didn't? Wait, did I? No, I didn't.
You didn't.
But
So you
yeah.
you both died at the same spot, and both
Wait, really?
respawned back to not at the same time. When
Oh,
you
yeah.
died, Kyro was in front,
Yeah.
and then he died at the
Oh.
same spot, and then he also got put back to pillar.
And then I forgot when you die, and don't reload a save, it actually saves whatever your like animation bar. So if you notice, when I hopped off the island, did the edge bounce, I did a attack right before that. So
We did notice.
my meter was down. Then I had to go do pillar skip again. I didn't have a freaking attack. I was so annoyed.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
we did notice.
Yeah.
It was very unfortunate. It is a bit of trolling.
I was just annoyed at my first of all, my inside info tab was abysmal. It wasn't even close. And then I was really annoyed at how the Cloud's burst slow boosts were going, but whatever. Not too unhappy.
So from what I remember, you had a 14 something. I can't remember the exact time. Again, very respectable time, as we've said.
Yeah.
Kyro came in with an 1812, if I remember. So
I thought when you asked for my time, you were going to segment into something else. So that's why I didn't answer you.
oh, no. Don't worry, I'm not that advanced.
I would have done it. But yeah, honestly, I wasn't watching at all, so I was kind of just like trying to stick to my game plan and not worry about what the other runner was doing, and hopefully things would take care of itself. And fortunately, it did. But yeah. Oh, there he goes. Well, anyway, GG's Kyro. It was fun. It was fun. I had a good time. All right. So back in the commentary booth, relegated to commentary yet again, unfortunately. But all right. What do we have here? We have Nooch and Xahrak. Ooh, Nooch. Oh man. Okay, so not sure if Nooch is well known within the community, but he used to stream a while back in the day. I used to watch his stream a lot. He did a lot of no jump attacks with me, so I know Nooch pretty well. Nooch is a good guy, and I hope he does good. Yeah, I hope Nooch does good, man. I want to see Nooch do well. I don't know how much he's played. Where's Nug? That's also a really good question. I have no idea. But whatchamacallit? Yeah, Nooch. He's like an older runner, maybe not like as old as like me, MK, or like Kyro, or even Ember, but he's been around for a hot minute. I haven't seen him in a while, so I'm kind of excited to see how he does. And of course, he has top bloke himself, Xahrak, staring him down in British, and we'll see how that goes. Um. Sorry. Anyway, Nucci. No, I don't think he has. No, he hasn't been around longer than you, but he's been around for a hot minute. So, he knows his way around the game basically. So I'm kind of I want to see how he does. Was he? He might have. No, I think. I don't know. Dude, I'm too old. My memory's all mush. For those of you who don't know and didn't give me a birthday present, my birthday was like 3 weeks ago. Turned 26. I'm fucking old. And no one in this chat gave me a birthday present, so I'm kind of upset, but not actually. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm old, dude. For me, 26. I did? No, you didn't? What? Thanks for the happy birthday card. But, yeah, my brain is mush. So, yeah, it's true. There was... The documentary did bring a lot. He probably was a Doc person. And I'm pretty sure Ember came before Doc. Like, yeah, quite a bit before Doc, actually. So, you didn't annoy me at your bracket. Fair enough. So yeah, not much to say about the other game. I mean, it was a lot, but I mean, I didn't really practice beforehand. I like before the race started, I did some like Dreamworld and Trollhole reps, and then so I was kind of going in cold. I never want to use that as an excuse, obviously, but I didn't play pretty well. So, but either way, not too upset. But April 20th. Oh, so I guess Newt. Yeah, I guess Nooch was before then. Interesting. Yeah, I knew Nooch has been around for a hot minute. I thought you were before, but for all intents and purposes, basically around the same time. But yeah, Speedy, if you can put a prediction, Mr. Prediction Man, me predicky. Okay, that sounded really weird. I'm never gonna say that again, but if you do want to put up a prediction, now would be a good time. Oh yeah, documentary. Was it October? It was around that time, October, November. I'll double check that. Give me a second. Actually, is there a way to double check that? October 15th, yeah. It's October. Just
Hello, I have returned.
Oh, yo, welcome. I don't know if it's up to you if you want to get Kyro and commentary for one.
Kyro and commentary, fuck yeah, get him in here.
All right, let's go. Yo,
what up?
Bungalow Baggins.
Oh shoot, okay, my bad. I started the race, but I hadn't switched yet. Bit of production shambles, but you only missed the bit of beginning Dreamworld movement.
Oh wait, it already started? Oh
Yes,
shit.
sir.
Okay, my bad. So we have the man of the hour, Kyroscope. How's
Yep.
it going, brother?
What is up, everybody? How's it going? I don't want to spend too long on me because we got the boys going already.
Yes, sir.
We do indeed.
And it looks like we're starting off with some trouble in Dreamworld here. Both Xahrak and Nooch missing it a few times, but Nooch still there, getting out just
There we
now.
go. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of rust on Nooch's side. We were doing a little bit of talking before, and Nooch has been around for quite a bit, like over 2 years actually.
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't seen him in a while, so wondering how that's actually going to affect his performance here in the race.
I wonder if
It's a place-
Xahrak has kind of lost his confidence with that rough beginning. Because he was saying he was feeling good. And I think if he crumbles, then there's a chance for Nooch.
Nooch definitely has a chance. His PB is pretty similar to mine. So if he brings out all the stops, then it can definitely happen. Xahrak,
real.
though, is really, really impressive. So
He really is.
Yeah,
Setting the best time
Xahrak's-
in the tournament so far.
by a good margin too. Like
Yeah.
over a minute, or
The-
just about a minute actually.
Yep.
Quite, but yeah, whoever he goes against Xahrak's gonna have their work cut out for him. That's for sure.
That is for sure. And Xahrak, after that sloppy Dreamworld, seems to be picking up the pace again. Can Nooch keep up?
So I kind of want to get your guys' opinions on it. So in a race setting, right?
Right.
It's for me, it's extremely crucial to get Dreamworld, especially Dreamworld, and also Trollhold to kind of build up the confidence and set the pace for the rest of the run. Do you guys like agree with that, or how do you? factor that in?
100%. Did you watch my run, Mr. Commentator?
yeah, I would
Oh,
totally
man.
agree. Setting the tone in those early levels just gives you the confidence. And especially for Dreamworld, like just getting right out of the gate with that first try just feels great.
Yeah, totally. So now I know Xahrak does pillar skip, but does Nooch do pillar skip? I don't know if any of you guys recall.
He does. He definitely does.
Oh, okay, he does. So
Oh wait, actually, you know what? I think I remember. I think he's one of the people who I think he refuses to do pillar skip basically.
I
So, but it,
think it's fair, honestly. I'm always of
Kind
the
of giant.
opinion that pillar skip isn't necessary until you really reach the top. It's obviously good, but probably not worth the resets.
Yeah, probably. But we'll see coming up here shortly as he's approaching pillar skip. Of course, Xahrak hit it first try. Not too unsurprising.
We call him the top bloke for a reason.
Yeah. Now, I'm kind of curious, because I'm trying to think back to his last run. I don't really remember what he messed up. So I don't know.
Ooh,
I'm
Nooch
trying to
going
think of
for the
what-
alternative pillar skip.
Oh, see, that's
Oh
my
my
first time
goodness.
seeing that.
Wow, I
That's-
did not know that existed.
It's
That is
it's a pretty
sweet.
recent post. It's kind of in this awkward spot where you're still committing to a jump, and it's not that much faster than waiting, but it does still remove the RNG, so it is still pretty nice to do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really interesting and a great strat to pull out for a tournament setting.
Yeah. Might be like an in-betweener for newer runners who don't feel completely confident with bar skip, but still want to eliminate the RNG factor.
Totally.
Oh man, Xahrak with the no camera up.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Xahrak is
It's...
he's from a different part of the world, all right.
yeah. He's,
Yeah, he's a bit British.
But obviously he makes it
Little
work,
bit.
so what can I say?
Yeah, I mean, if he gets it, he gets it. So no complaints from me on his gameplay so far. I haven't really seen a big mistake past Dream World, so
Yeah, Nooch also not looking too bad. Obviously there's still a gap, but I feel like since the Dreamworld mistakes, the gap hasn't really grown that much.
yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, Xahrak's movement is really good, so Nooch is gonna definitely rely on some mistakes being made.
Definitely an uphill battle, but I do think it's impressive how Nooch has still been able to keep up decently well despite the rough start.
Yeah, I'm interested to see because I didn't see Xahrak's first race, but what strats is he going for in Riddles right now? Because if he's going for
You-
Fast Cart,
You want me to spoil it for you?
yes.
Last time he did go for fast cart,
Okay.
but he did save for it, right?
Yeah, he did. And honestly, not saving for that if you are. So he did fail it once, and then he reverted back to the old strategy because he failed it and saved. But honestly,
Right,
not saving
true.
and going for fast car is kind of like not really. It's
The
kind of
save
pointless.
is
in my
the save
opinion.
is just on the way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The risk reward gain is just so good. Xahrak getting a little funny boost there.
Okay.
And does seem to throw him
Ooh,
off a
that-
little bit. I think he's just going to fall back to the
Yeah.
normal strat. Oh, he
Yeah,
does
let's
still
grab it.
Oh,
going
he's
for
doing
it.
it. He's going for it.
That's going to make it awkward because the minecart's going to be there already, but
He should still know the timing here. I
surely.
think.
You're going to have to
Yeah,
find out if
he's-
Xahrak did his homework.
He's just on a slightly late cycle for it.
Yeah, Nooch
Yeah.
having some trouble with the end of Overhill here.
Let's see how many
Oh,
times he
so-
swings.
He did do the 3 slashes, which what he normally does on the old route.
I don't
or-
know.
I think it works out. I think he was slow enough to where you want more slashes again. Yeah, it does
Yeah.
work out.
Okay.
Unfortunate for Nooch, really. It would have
Little
been nice for
Malcolm moment.
Xahrak to mess up at least once, but the guy's too good.
Yeah. No, I wasn't really watching news. I was hyper fixated on Zach. Did he miss the end of Overhill a couple times with the boost?
Yes,
or
he
what?
did.
He did. Unlucky.
Unlucky, but kind of a tricky boost. One of the
Yeah,
harder
it's-
ones
it's
in the game.
It's deceptively tricky. And even the backup is not much easier either.
I agree.
I would argue it's one of the one of the hardest boosts in PC. Personally,
I think it's fair.
It's up there.
Yeah, there's certain ways you could make it a little more consistent, but it definitely can be an easy killer.
Yeah.
And add to that the pressure of a race. Got a recipe for disaster.
Now let's
Xahrak
see what.
already far through riddles. Or not riddles, flies. I always mix those two up.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what Nooch does. He is.
Oh.
Wait,
wait,
the double fake. Wait,
What
but
is
now
he
he's on
doing?
a really weird cycle. I don't know if he knows how
no,
to deal
this
with
does-
this.
I think you just load your save at this point.
He pump faked
Oh,
the fast cart.
I think he's frozen. I think he's not sure what he's doing.
Yeah,
He
I'm,
do this for the double.
He's waiting
I would-
another cycle. Ooh, I don't think he
Okay,
planned
he-
this far ahead.
I think he should know the timing. So he waited for the minecart, and that's a really easy way to try and try and resync the cycle back up. So he did wait for the minecart, which leads me to believe he knows what to do in the situation. So I don't expect him to miss this here, but
Let's
truly
go for the-
unfortunate.
Oh,
That's
he
a lot
did
of
5
slashes.
slashes.
I think that's still fine.
I think he should be okay.
Oh my goodness! Oh
No.
my god! No!
Oh, man.
my god!
What a
That is
roller coaster.
rough.
Oh, you could just see that cart sneaking up at the front. So unfortunate.
Oh, no way.
I respect committing to it, but man,
I'm gonna write that down. Do not pump fake fast cart.
definitely kept us on our toes. Is he going for it again?
Let's see if he defaults. He goes for it again.
He does that in such a strange way, doing the extra turn and then the other way around.
Oh, and now, yeah, he has to.
Good
lose.
call, load. Yeah,
Yep.
loading is faster than taking fall damage.
Yeah, doing it the way Nooch does it is like it makes it much easier to get the jump out of bounds to the other platform, but you're slower, so you need to be like almost perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Nooch,
does default.
rightfully,
He just goes
yeah,
for it.
fair enough. Completely fair enough. Meanwhile, Xahrak has just been looking on point.
Yeah, I kind of haven't been looking at Xahrak, but to be fair, he hasn't really messed up at all. And
Yeah, pretty sure if it
It's-
wasn't for the bad dream world, Xahrak would be in great pace.
yeah, I don't know where this consistency's coming from, but kind of concerning for the rest of the runners in the race.
Well, you're fine. You won't meet him until Grands, if you make it there at the very least. So.
if I make it to
Yeah, you still have the God Killer to go through.
It
Bro.
hurts.
Bro, imagine.
Avenge me.
I don't even want to think about it. Man.
Avenge me. Wait,
Oh,
did
Nooch.
Nooch just
Oh, he's
miss his
caught-
exit? Oh man.
No, he hit the things already.
Yeah, he hit the last
So he
sign
didn't
already.
need to hit
True,
him.
he did.
And-
but-
okay,
But it's all right. He's fine.
yeah, it's not the worst, not the end of the world, but
He is like half the game behind, but
That's fine.
respectable recovery.
it's Eric just low key, just
Just
on
cruising.
insane. Yeah, just not even no worries in the world.
Someone check his keyboard.
Oh
I
man.
mean, I see some text on the screen. I think that could be grounds for DQ. Possibly.
Yeah, should we make it happen? I think he forgot to switch scenes.
Yeah.
What does it even say anyway? Oh,
It's cat counter. Derek does make a mistake. He's not perfect. He bleeds.
I mean, if there's any place that Nooch would
Oh.
want him to mess up, it would
Nooch
definitely be
almost
here.
soft locked himself.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw that. Almost
Oh,
went in the
getting
funny
caught in that
corner.
Yeah, it's not very funny, but that's why it's funny.
True.
And then, let's see, Xahrak here, and that just looks clean. and
Yep.
It is. So.
This guy, man.
Oh wow.
Ooh, Nooch. That's an unfortunate.
Does anyone have
boost.
his address? We should, cause a bit of ruckus for him. Give Nooch a chance.
Yeah, I think Xahrak said he was hanging out with this guy named Tass.
True. All right, let's see if the spiders are on Sarek's side, or if the great equalizer will kick in.
He
But
does
he
just
does.
put on the ring.
It was
It's
kinda
fair,
dangerous, though,
but-
because that first spider could have seen him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did
And
put
as soon
on
as you're seeing it, it doesn't matter with the ring on anymore.
correct.
But all
Was
good
it-
though.
Bit risky. He did put on a little bit late, but yeah, does make it through. So on the
Yeah.
last level for Xahrak.
I mean, when's his last save? He could still soft lock himself. That's
He saved an inside info.
yeah, it's still a while off. Oy, oy.
But we're
But-
He's on
looking-
great pace right now.
He's looking at a similar pace to his first run, around a high 13, low 14, and if Xahrak can do that consistently, then man, he's looking
He's a threat for sure.
poised. He's the favorite, poised to be a favorite. That's for sure. So.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of shows he's probably one of the most active runners right now, and that's paying off for him.
Wouldn't it be a shame if the power went out? Said someone in chat. It would be a shame.
Yeah.
Gotta make it happen. Someone call the British locals. Make it happen. No, I'm joking. But he is going for wall walk, so
This is. I
let's
mean,
see it.
He's going ham.
Oh
can't
my
deny that.
god,
Wow. That
bro!
was
Bro,
really
he
close.
Okay, so I don't know if anyone picked it up, but it literally looked like he was like about to fall down, then like clipped back up on the invisible wall. I don't know if anyone's called that, or if I'm tweaking,
I
but
think
I think you might
he
be right.
literally was falling down and he got the long jump out.
we might need an instant replay of that wall walk there. That was a bit
Oh,
sketchy.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
the production value isn't that high. I've got my hands full already.
God damn it,
Maybe in the
sorry.
future.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go frame by frame on that after.
But either way, Xahrak is looking at like a low 14 time here.
Unless
which,
he
again,
falls in this pit and just, I don't know.
Yeah, we're grasping at straws at this point. This man is playing on
I mean,
point.
Yeah, it's true.
Even if he hits the cutscene, he could do all quests and just be fine.
I don't
I
know if
wonder if he
he
knows
knows it, but
Oh yeah, actually he might not.
I think he'd have the awareness to die and restart the level, at the very least.
Yeah, probably. But I say low 14. He might beat his actual first race.
It's looking like it.
Wow.
Wow.
What? Bro, what? That's another 13 coming out from Xahrak.
And that'll do that for sure.
And Top Bloke putting the top in the bloke, being an absolute menace on the keyboard in the Hobbit 2003 game. Coming out with another sub 14 in a race, man. This guy's looking on point.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta feel a little bit sweaty if you're seeing Xahrak in the next few rounds.
Yeah, I think
For
that
sure.
means he's in the finals now, right?
No, he's in the semifinals against Ember. Cannot forget about her.
Oh.
Interesting matchup for sure.
To be fair, Ember can totally pull it out.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But
I mean,
with the way Xahrak's been playing, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I mean the consistency has just been ridiculous.
yeah, it's wow. Well,
like-
another good showing.
Very few safe strats.
For sure,
actually.
for sure. It's unfortunate, but I think I'm gonna ask Nooch to cut it short in the interest of time here. So I'll be back with you guys in a second.
All right, no problem. So, Kyro, what did you? You said you didn't watch Xahrak's first run, so obviously you didn't see how good the first run was. But what's your impressions of how Xahrak's playing? I was playing really well and stuff, but do you think he can keep this up? Because you did mention he wasn't doing much safe strats. He was kind of just doing everything he would normally do in an actual run. So
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If he keeps up with this, then he's pretty much unbeatable. But the thing is, any one of these strats could go wrong. And then that's where the safe strategy just completely comes into, into form. He misses a wall walk, he misses a pillar skip.
And that's one thing I noticed in your match against Russ was you guys were on the complete opposite ends of your philosophy going into the run, right? Like you were on the calculated, safe, collected side where he was just full sending every strat. And it turned out that your philosophy of being safe and collected and calculated ended up proving to be, the difference in the match. So I totally see how like Xahrak, even though he doesn't do safe stuff, he's busting out these good times, he's playing well, could easily like not do well, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I mean, these safe strats, they don't, depending on what things you're doing and where you're saving, you're not losing out on much time.
right.
And if you're running like that, not making a mistake, and Xahrak makes one mistake on something big, then, a missed inside info could be the difference.
That's true. Now let me play devil's advocate here a little bit.
All right.
So seeing how Xahrak has been playing, let's just say we can assume he keeps playing at a high enough level to the point where playing the complete safe way with doing like safer strategies, taking all the saves, what if that's just not good enough at all? And it comes down to like, you need to start doing more stuff to keep up with Xahrak. Do you think that aspect of it is kind of like Xahrak putting pressure on his opponents with his good play to make them start to reevaluate how they want to play?
Yeah, I mean, it's totally an offensive and defensive strategy here. Basically, you're playing safe, you're relying on the other person making mistakes. When you're playing, offensively, going for the hard stuff, you're relying on yourself not making mistakes.
Right.
It just could go either way, but if Xahrak continues to play like he is, and he misses maybe 1 or 2 slope boosts, then doing the safe strat is not going to cut it. You're
Right.
gonna lose over the course of a run 30 seconds, 45 seconds,
Right.
and that'll
All
really
right.
add up.
With that being said, I do believe my match is next, so gonna have to go get ready for that. So
Alrighty.
I'll leave the chat to you and give you the reins to the stream. So all right, I'll see you guys, and hopefully I can do well enough to at least put up a good fight, if not win. So
Yep. Good luck, buddy.
all right, thanks. Yeah.
All right, so we're in the semi-finals round. Super exciting matchups. Shockster and Sidley. You already saw Sidley just pull out some insane movement. I mean, his movement was clean. His strats were pretty flawless. I can't even remember what things. I know he messed up at least one thing in his run, but it was so insignificant that I can't even remember what it was. Shockster, though, obviously, without being said, world record holder. The man is also the picture of very consistency. I've ran against him quite a few times, and most times he is pumping out low 14s, low 13s. And I don't remember exactly what Sidley got. I think he got a low 14. So it could be a very, very, very close race. I don't really see Shockster or Sidley changing their strategy at this point. So I think we're gonna see a good mix of mostly going for the big strats and maybe a couple safe things here and there. Yeah, thank you, Stas. 1540. So yeah, all that really relies on is that Shockster makes 1 or 2 mistakes. I mean, a death could easily happen. As we've seen, I fell victim to the long jump glitch as well in Overhill and Underhill. And dying in those specific spots can just be devastating. But either way, I am extremely excited to see this race. I'm trying to think what exactly the strats that Siley was doing. I mean, I'm assuming he knows wall walk. He does pillar skip. It could come down to the big difference, and I think maybe we haven't focused on it enough, is the movement. Because there is hundreds and hundreds of places where just an angle change or a long jump here or there that you can fit in, and it really, really adds up. There's many places where it seems almost impossible to fit in a long jump, and these top runners have completely, they wrote the book on it. So I'm going to try to be paying attention to mostly, their movement and what strats they're going for. Both these runners are very consistent, so honestly, it's a toss-up at this point, but I will give a slight nod to Shockster, of course, for being the number 1 seed. And, the times he can pump out, if he doesn't make any mistakes, are very threatening. So I think Sidley is going to have to play almost exactly like he did against MKarma, and is going to rely on Shockster getting a big death or missing a couple slope boosts. And actually, I'm going to take a look at the other semifinals match. Just think about that a little bit. Xahrak, new school. Ember, a little old school. Both of them have really good PBs. Ember, previously, I think, number 3 on the list. At one point, number 3 on speedrun.com. And Xahrak has just been absolutely killing it. Getting time after time after time, just getting them up at the leaderboard. So it's good rounds. I'm very happy with how the bracket has worked out. Yeah, I think that honestly the big takeaway from this is that Hobbit's pretty fun, and this definitely is like motivating to go back and work on my own stuff a little bit. Man, I mean these races have been great. Totally unexpected. I expected the Shockster MKarma semifinals, but man, everybody has just been playing pretty great. So let's make sure that during both of these runs, we got to pay attention to the problem spots. Overhill, big one, big one, big one, big one. While the early game is definitely very important.
All right, I am back. Thank you for holding it down, Kyro. These runners
Nope.
are about to get started right now. And there they go.
Oh god, they're going.
So, what have you been making for predictions, Kyro? Give me up to speed.
So I'm basically thinking that Shockey, I give Shockey a slight nod because Sidley, if he plays almost exactly like he did against you, he still is going to need to rely on Shockey to make a few mistakes compared
Yeah.
to his PB. And unfortunately, Sidley missing the Dream World first try. That's
That's
kind of
rough.
a morale, a
Yeah.
morale in the dumps thing. But
Can hit you hard for sure. It's not the end of the world, though, and I hope Sadley realizes that.
yeah, while the early game, it doesn't feel great to miss one of those things. In the grand scheme of things, there are much worse things to mess up.
Yeah, you gotta brush it off and keep going.
So right now, Shockey got the first try, cruising along. I think an important thing to look at is maybe the difference in movement between Shockey and Sidley. And while Sidley has really good movement, Shockey is,
Absolutely. Sidley's movement, especially in the early game, is very impressive still.
Yeah, I mean, just there, he did the boost over the bridge where you land on the invisible wall and you fit in another long jump, and that's advanced.
It is, for sure. If he can
Real
keep that up
close.
till the end game again, we're in for a good race for sure. And Shockey missing Trollhole there. Doing the save reload strat to get his jump attack back quicker.
Yeah, Shockey, right before our race, he did say that he was having some trouble with Trollhole. And Sidley gets it first try, so that's a little bit of time gained back. And it is real close right now.
Yeah, it's a good start for us viewers. Now Overhill will make all the difference. Many opportunities to mess up and many opportunities to mess up bad, as you might be able to attest to, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate. I fell victim to long jump glitch because I was a little bit greedy and jumped a little too early, but these things happen.
They do.
It's all a balance between the greed and the safety.
Yeah, we're off by like only 2 seconds right now. It's really close.
Yeah, it is super close, and credit to Sidley, Shockey is not pulling away crazily with his movement, so the difference is not too big.
Not at all.
All right,
You
big
see
moment,
both
pillar
players
skip.
save,
Shockey misses it.
but
Sidley
Sidley gets it. That's the early lead he's gonna need. Let's see, Shockey gonna go another pillar skip attempt, or will he let it drop?
I think he's going for it.
He
and
does
gets
get it. Okay, not the end of the world. Back and forth. And we'll see.
Yep, bit of a risk, but Sidley, man, his movement, he's just absolutely killing it.
Watch for rocks. Sidley getting a lot of rocks thrown at him, but none hit.
Yeah, as runners, you just kind of run through the rocks and just hope you don't get hit, but you can get absolutely blasted in the face so easily.
There's a few things you can do, but sometimes they just checkmate you.
Yep.
And here we get the clip. Now, I don't know how good Sidley's clip is, but I imagine it cannot be as quick as Shockey's.
Yeah. I am always blown away by how fast he gets that wiggle clip.
Ooh. I just spotted a big mistake. That puts Sidley back to pillar skip.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
no.
thing.
And falling
That's the-
apart on it. Does
that's
he
the exact
realize that he
place.
doesn't have his jump attack? Oh, he's going for the easier strat.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
Oh, he misses.
Looks like he hadn't actually practiced that too much. Does still have his jump attack, so he can just send a normal one now. Ooh, he's falling apart. He's
Yeah,
falling
I think-
apart, and it hurts because I can relate.
I think he's getting a little nervous, and when you get nervous, you start to sort of tunnel vision.
Yeah, waiting
And-
out the rocks, I do completely respect it. Even
Yeah,
if,
at some
Pillar
point
Skip...
you gotta just give it up.
Right, Pillar Skip would have been hard, and it just gives him a moment to breathe. A moment that he probably really needs right now.
Yep, and we see Shockey already at the end of Overhill. and
Cruising.
This was the linchpin I was talking about. It can really fall apart or go your way in Overhill. And you know
Ooh.
what? It's the same thing that happened to me. That save right after the wiggle clip. It's really out of the way, so it feels
Yeah.
bad to get it.
Yeah, it wasn't in my plans either.
Yeah,
It-
and
it
it just
just-
totally
It messes
you
with
up.
everything. Yep. Messes with the cutscene timing too. It's an unfortunate save for sure. Let's see, Sadly. He's just sending it again. Ooh, that was a choke and a half. Doesn't turn
no.
enough. Perhaps not expecting the slide. I don't know what happened, but that is rough
no.
right now.
Right back again.
Anything can still happen, but you don't like to see that.
Yeah, anything can happen, but there's not. Basically, Shockey will have to mess up in numerous amount of ways.
Yeah. And right now, he's looking golden. I don't see many mistakes from Shockey.
Yeah, totally good on the fast cart. Got the fast cycle. Or did he get the fast cycle? I don't know.
He got a slightly slower cycle. He decided to
Yeah.
wait on the first minecart to pass.
Oh, okay.
Looks
Yeah.
like Shockey isn't going completely all out, but he's definitely putting a good foot forward.
Yep, he's not going for, the absolute insane world record strats, but still extremely, extremely efficient.
Absolutely. Sadly
Sadly-
messing up the clip. I hope Sadly can collect himself. For sure.
At points like this, you just have to focus on what's in front of you, and
Forget everything
it-
else.
it's like shooting free throws. You miss the first, you can't think about it. You got to put it out of your head.
Yep, full reset. But does eventually cross the islands. Not saving for Bean Island jump. I can only hope he hits it. If he doesn't, that'll be
he's got
devastating.
guts. Oh, no.
That is
That's
painful.
such an unfortunate glitch. You can prevent that by holding shift a little
Yeah.
bit before you get to the edge.
Yeah,
but
it's not even actually a glitch. It's just weird behavior where if you sneak off an edge, you'll grab it like that.
what the?
Oh,
Shockey just clipped out.
I didn't even
I
catch
did not
that.
know you could do that.
Ooh, and it puts him back at the start. That means the rest of the level isn't gonna load, so he's gonna have to die, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, no.
Oh, bad decision. He could have just died.
Oh my god.
Shockey
Okay.
may be feeling the pressure a bit, not realizing how much of a lead he had. That just evened out the game a lot.
Wow. Okay. That
Wow,
just blew,
that
just
that
blew
was
my brain up.
unexpected. I wanted to say that I couldn't see this going wrong for Shockey anymore, but that decision was definitely not his best.
Yeah, I can totally relate though.
Yeah, the
There's
pressure.
points where you make that huge mistake and your brain just thinks, "Oh, it's over. I'll just bite the bullet."
Yeah, it probably wasn't in his plan. Oh,
Oh, and he didn't.
the sign
wait,
wasn't
what?
flipped?
That wasn't flipped. What?
Interesting.
Is it because he loaded the
Oh.
save?
Hmm.
I mean, that doesn't make sense though.
I don't know exactly. I think there is this feature in the auto splitter that Shockey added at some point where you could
Oh.
automatically have it reset the signs for it to not mess you up between runs. Something that we didn't even really consider for races, and maybe that's at play here? I can't say for sure.
It could totally be, and this is exactly the thing that Sidley needed.
It really
We're
is.
Way, way closer now.
Yeah, the gap's still considerable, but this has to be putting some pressure on Chalky.
Yeah, that's definitely a mental hit, and that can be the difference in these types of races.
Right.
All good though, makes it back through. Insidely at the start of Riddles now.
Probably one of the weirdest races we might have seen so far.
Yeah, I was just like, I did not have this on my bingo card. Let's just say that.
Yeah. I don't think anyone did.
Sidley almost getting destroyed by the green worm.
Right. I wonder if Shockey realized. He probably did realize that he could have just died and might be beating himself up for it.
Yeah, but you know, I'm not sure if Sidley is watching the stream, but Shockey is not, and I think that's a smart decision. You just need to stick to your guns.
You know, I wonder about that. Because I think with that early lead Shockey had, if he knew, he would have been much more comfortable and probably would have thought about what he wanted to do there on that load earlier.
Yeah, I think in these situations you're just thinking a million miles a minute and you just go for the first option.
Yeah.
Sidley going for fast cart.
Ooh, slips a little.
Probably a
That
good
might
choice.
throw off his cycle. I'm not sure how aware he is of all the different cycles. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, he's on a very odd timing right now. It's definitely possible though.
For sure. With barrels coming up too. Can't
Okay, he
stress
goes
that
for-
level
He goes
enough.
for one slash.
I think he's alright.
I think he's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, nice.
Totally good.
Roughly a full level between them. With Flies and Spiders being about a 1.5 minute level, that isn't as big as you might think.
Right. Yeah, so we're just gonna be watching for inside information at this point.
Yeah,
And
that's a big
depending
one
on
for
their
sure.
strats, Cloud's Burst.
I always think Cloud's Burst, but it hasn't been going that poorly yet. The only real big mistake I can think of was Ember, I think, who fell in the pit. But even that didn't end up mattering.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe Shockey bumps his mouse while he's floating or something.
It's possible. Gets an
Anything can
email.
happen in this race.
Gets an email, wants to click it. You know, there have been worse decisions already.
Yeah.
But he's going to be cruising. Sadly making the save.
I don't think he knows that you can just reload at that point.
That one's a weird one because reloading on that specific one doesn't actually save that much time. So I would also understand not reloading just to give yourself some extra time to set it up.
Yeah. Either way, not too big of a difference.
Yup, Sadly does get that boost cleanly. Ooh, ends up a
you see-
little short. And where is his clipboard position? This could be quite bad.
I think he's far back. I think he might be at the save.
Ooh, on the tree,
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Catastrophe
Okay, that's
averted,
big.
but the lead's not getting any smaller.
Yeah. Still a mistake. Not as devastating as a mistake, but
And I hate to bring up the past, but Shockey has historically really choked on inside info before. That is the time that Ember actually took a race over him. So, you know, as the saying goes, anything can happen.
Sidley almost fell off the edge somehow. Yeah, but this is really where Shockey, if he gets this, then, you know, it's almost like a sigh of relief. The rest of the run can be pretty much gravy at that point. No hesitation, and he gets it.
It's looking rough.
Yeah, even with the, you know, the save and load from Shockey, still got a comfortable lead.
Still, though, does show a crack in the armor. Misses the... Ooh, and goes for the backup, the right side. On
Okay,
gathering.
I mean, I respect it.
Yeah, right side always being a little bit janky, but quite a bit easier than the left side, so... Very fair to go for it.
No ring. No ring strats.
Oh, doesn't get poisoned. Oh,
he's-
no. Plot armor.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Those spiders, I believe, have a 50% chance, maybe even more, of poisoning you. And he really beefed his movement. It wasn't chance. He deserved to get hit, but he got away with it.
Yeah, missing that one long jump, I was almost certain he was going to get hit. Because that first spider is really on your tail.
Yeah, they can zoom around, but all in all, still looking rough.
Sidely floating now.
Sidely also typing in the tournament chat, I forgot to save on Bean, lol. Yep, that did happen. That was rough. That was definitely rough. I don't know if it was game deciding, but you can never know for sure.
I mean, he had already died.
Shocky, actually.
What?
Maybe. Corwin's
going for the easy setup.
Ooh, he also stood for a bit. I'm wondering, his clip warp should be alright, but there is a universe where it's not.
Yeah. There's sometimes where you think, oh, I've definitely not lost my clip warp, and
he didn't lose it.
Just get teleported.
He is going for wall walk. Gets a weird bounce there. Completely
Almost
fine on that,
a little
though.
early, but all good.
Yeah. It's going to be... We're going to need to see a miracle for Sadly to get a chance here.
Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, Shockster knows the all-quest strat, so that's not really going to be too much of a factor.
He does. Definitely not the cleanest race we've seen today, but I'm not one to talk.
Yeah, I mean, these races, I know Shocky said it like a million times, but you really can't say it enough. Anything can really happen.
Yep. Best of one. Single elimination. You only get one chance. The pressure is immense. You just don't know.
The difference between a full segment run instead of something where you have the mindset of, oh, I can just reset whenever, it really changes your mindset on things.
And Shocky coming up on the end here. Finishing with about a 16-minute time. Not his best showing, but good enough to win this round and move on to Grand Finals.
Yep, I think, you know, not that crazy of a conclusion. Shocky ending up in the finals.
Absolutely not.
Oh, and Sidely didn't get poisoned also. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what a race.
Let's see Sidely finish here. He's definitely earned this time in the spotlight.
Yep. Oh, he can get out there.
Ooh.
No.
It's
you
awkward.
Kind of bump yourself into that pillar.
Yeah, there's also times where you kind of get launched through though and fall into the void. So.
Yeah, those pillars can really mess with you.
Yep.
But still, I mean, Sidely for his first runs on stream.
Semifinals.
I mean,
taking down the number 2 runner. Not bad. And getting eliminated by the number 1, mind you, that is not an easy bracket. Statistically, Sidely had the hardest bracket out of anyone, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe you
other than me, I guess, because literally I was,
true,
right into Shocky, but I don't know.
True, yeah. Definitely one of the worst brackets though. So that means we are going to see Shocky in Grand Finals versus the winner of Xahrak and Ember, which I think you're going to want to stay tuned for.
Yep, very excited for that one.
Yep, for sure. Let's see how Sidely does in the end, though, because I'm always curious we don't get to see enough of Sidely.
Yeah, I think, there's always the runners and communities where, they're kind of on the down low, and then they just drop a Discord message and say, hey, I got world record, what's up?
Well, I don't think Sidely has really been too much on the down low, but definitely not been showing too much of their gameplay, at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's been posting a lot of times, but until you see the person in action, like, we saw Sidely in action today. He just went off in that first game.
Absolutely. I felt it firsthand.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, man.
Let's see if we can get Shocky back here. See, we can get some comments from Meanwhile, sadly, home stretch here. Looking clean.
Yep. No big deal for this section. Angles are a little funky going through the invisible walls, but I mean...
At this
that's-
point, it's rough.
Yeah.
And I think he realized. I think he did that little dance. I think he knows. He's a people pleaser.
No.
All right, let me go and debrief the runners, and I'll join you again in a second.
Well, I mean, you got Shockster in Grand Finals. Not the craziest thing to happen, but you would be fooled just looking at the bracket, or just looking at the finals lineup. I mean, this tournament has been crazy. Great race from Shockster and Sidley. Also great race. You know, making quite a few mistakes, but these things happen, man. You make your gambles and you live with them, you know? You choose not to save or unfortunately forget not to save. You know, these things really do happen. Yeah, the bean, the missed bean was a bit of an oof, but you know. Just gonna say that, you know, Shockster.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the man himself.
It's me, unfortunately. Oh man, okay, so can I just like explain what was going on in that run?
Yeah. I'll give you the
So
floor, bud.
like, first of all, how the fuck? Excuse my language. How did I clip through the floor? I've never done that in my life. Right? So
I have done that once.
I've never done that in my life, dude. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's
And
like
then-
I have a clip on my channel, very old.
And then like, freaking so I get back right, and I'm like, I know the rest of the level's not going to be loaded, but I'm just gonna slow boost up and maybe see, and maybe by some grace of God, the game glitches out and the level's loaded. But then I was like, no, it's not. I loaded the save, and then I was like, right as I clicked the load save, I'm like, because I was thinking, I'm like, I can't die, but because okay, so at the beginning of the level, I hit the plant right to get because I missed a slow boost once, so I hit the plant to get my meter back, but I thought the plant was dead. So, but like, I looked at the plant when I clipboard back, so I'm like, oh, there's no way I can die. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna slow boost up, see if it's loaded. If it's not, I'm gonna load the save. As soon as I load the save, I'm like, wait a second, I'm dumb. I literally remember seeing the plant as I clipboard back. And then MK told me, which I completely forgot too, if you normal jump into the void and jump attack, it kills you, which I totally forgot. So then I was like,
yeah.
then Riddles comes around, I was like super tilted. I missed the sign and died once. I'm like, it's over. I'm like, it's GG. So I was like, alright, I'm just gonna play it out. So I just played everything out, you know, trying not to do anything crazy. And then everything was going well, like barrels went alright, warm welcome was alright, did inside info, that went alright. And then once I missed gathering left side first try, I was like, oh, it's over. So I just went right side, and then I don't know if you caught it, but the spiders actually hit me, and I didn't get poisoned, so I lived.
Yep. Yeah, we both saw that.
So that was fun. And then, like, this whole time I didn't have the stream up, right? So I don't even know where he's at. It's like I'm just gonna try to do whatever, try and. So I was so convinced I was behind by like at least a minute and a half. I was like, yeah, I'm screwed. And once I messed up gathering, I thought it was over. So being at Cloud's Burst, I was pissed off, so I just ground slammed at the start. And then I was just trolling the rest of it, and I look and I was like, why is he still on inside info? And I was like, oh. I was like, oh. I was like, I didn't want to quit, but I was like close to just like trolling, like honestly, just doing dumb stuff. But
Yeah, you know, because you weren't watching, and if I did that, I would have been like, oh my goodness gracious, what did I just do?
Oh man, that was atrocious.
I wasn't sure, like, if you were you're trolling. It's kind of hard to tell whether you're trolling or not because your movement is still so good. But I mean, that was definitely. I did not expect that at all.
I appreciate the kind words, much needed after that performance. I will say, that was. Oh man, I feel bad for people watching that gameplay. That was insane. But either way, got the job done, and I'll give it my best in the finals. But with how Xahrak is playing right now, I don't want to count Ember out, but I'm just assuming. But
Yeah.
with how Xahrak is playing, I don't think I stand a chance currently, but I'll try.
Yeah. I mean, you could still definitely be the Ember final. I would not be surprised at all. Xahrak, he's due for a mess up.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So,
That's true.
and the pressure is mounting up the
Can he
further
just,
you go
like-
in.
Can he not mess up this one, but mess up the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to slip him 2 pence. But anyway, what was I gonna say?
Yeah, I'll send him a case of Jaffa cakes and we'll be good.
Yeah, but I was so convinced after that flies and spiders debacle that it was over. Like, I was so convinced. With how Sidley was playing, I was like, yeah, I don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
And,
All right. And it looks like Ember and Xahrak are getting prepared.
Oh, and then you know what else? So like I had Discord open, right?
Right.
And I saw him typing in the comment or in the tournament chat. So I'm like, oh, he's fucking done. And I saw MK type like Ember and Xahrak, you guys are next. I saw that, I'm like, yeah, it's over. And that was when I was doing Corwin skip. I don't know if you saw how sketchy Corwin skip was, but that's what I looked over and I saw MK's message and I saw Sidley typing. I was in the middle of Corwin skip. I was like, oh fuck. But then he said I could have caught up if I saved that beat. I was like, wait a second, he didn't finish yet. So then I was like, oh shit.
Hello. The next race has now started.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Nah. All right. So anyway, focusing on the next race.
Yeah. Who are you guys betting on?
I'm going Dark Horse. I'm going Ember.
Ooh.
Ember's my gal.
It's so hard to bet against Xahrak with how he's playing, and he just continues to prove it.
True.
You can't bet against Xahrak in this position.
True, but
even next series.
I feel like he's due for a mistake.
That's exactly what I said.
And then my response was, can he not do it this one and do it next one instead?
True. We'll see though. We'll see how it pans out. Oh, we might have to do a little resync here. I'm seeing a few lag spikes. I hope it stays synced. Only time will tell. By the way, Kyro, thank you for falling in with the commentary. You can stick around if you want, but if you think you're done, you can call it too.
I'm totally good. Keep going.
Big
Nice. Fair. Just wanted to offer you the option since you kind of hopped in out of nowhere, which is much appreciated.
Yeah, I hate you guys. You guys aren't cool at all.
True. You are speaking facts. All right, gonna mess up the stream layout here just to check the sync. We're looking about fine.
Girl.
We're looking about fine. A few seconds off, but nothing disastrous.
Blondie is getting hype in chat for her man. Let's see if he can do troll hole first try. This could be.
Oh,
And
nope.
of course, as per usual, Xahrak one-tapping troll hole.
So I was busy with some stream stuff. Why is Ember behind? What did I miss?
She just missed Dream World. Missed Dream World.
And
once.
now troll. And
Oh.
Oh wait, yeah, I
Freaked
saw
me
it on
out.
the exit game too.
Yeah, I think she exit game and hit continue game because that's another way to quickly reload.
Oh, fair enough.
That freaked me out though. I thought that was some muscle memory kicking in.
I was like, what just happened? But no.
And
All right.
she
No
finally-
insta rage quit.
That probably messed up her auto splitter though. It did. So the sync is in shambles.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that happened with mine too. I'm sorry.
It's all good. As long as there's a clear winner, it won't be an issue. Otherwise, we might have to retime, and that'll be awkward.
Live retime.
For now, though, I think Xahrak was about 2 seconds ahead in terms of delay, so we'll keep that as a rule of thumb.
Okay.
Yep. Even with Ember missing a couple troll holes, the difference is not too big.
But
And if
again,
Xahrak makes that one big mistake,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But as it stands right now, it doesn't look like it.
really
But you
doesn't.
never know.
I
You could just
kind
randomly
of
clip through
want
the
him to
floor,
make a
so-
mistake at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, let us
Yeah.
know that he's human, or
Yeah.
he doesn't have the backlog of like 5 recorded runs.
Imagine.
Just let him get the flies and spiders and clip through the floor randomly. Fun.
Really
That'll be
skip
the
moment.
mistake.
Yeah, and then load back into the previous level.
Yeah. Ember she missed once, it looks.
Yeah, missed it the first time.
But
It's a second try.
not bad. Xahrak does have a lead, but it is
Not
not
insurmountable.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
At all. You know, depending on if Ember is watching the stream or not.
Has
might-
anyone talked to Ember before this? Do they know how well she's practiced? Because I think
I
she
would
hadn't
guess-
played for a while.
I would guess not at all.
Ember also does. Oh wait, no.
That was
I got tripped up for a second. My bad. It's only the bloke who does that.
Yeah. It's quite tragic.
Ember said
Right.
she's going in raw. Fair enough.
Raw dog in it.
True.
Okay, all right.
I respect it.
Very much so. And
Well,
Shocky,
I
how
don't
does
think-
it feel
Yeah.
to have the winner of this race go up against you in grand finals?
I don't know. I just hope I don't clip. I just want to give a good run and a good race, and I don't want it to be lopsided. I don't want to just do dumb things that like lose me minutes, like what happened last race. Either one, I'll feel bad for beating them, but
I mean,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. Either one, I think it'll be a good race. So
Yeah.
looking forward to it.
Do you have different strategies depending on who wins this one?
No, not really.
The
I'm
plan
just gonna go
stays
with
the
what I've
same,
been doing. Yeah,
Alright.
just keep it consistent.
except probably skip
that's
over
totally
the
fair.
whole loading the last level part.
Yeah, skip through randomly clipping through the floor.
That one too.
Yeah, I mean, you did like what 1.1 of a run, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that usually
Oh!
happens with me.
Xahrak bleeds,
Oh,
he did it! He
missing
finally
the
messed
long
up.
jump.
So Ember's gonna make up a little bit of time here, and
Uh-huh.
honestly, she's not that far behind.
No, she's
This-
doing
Not at
good.
all.
Yeah, this has turned into something.
I'd be inclined to see how she's looking against her splits, but unfortunately, what happened?
I saw
you
that
could just
comment
see
as-
that. You could see
As
that
soon
angle.
as she long jumped, yeah,
Ay, ay, ay.
that's.
That's not what you needed right
Unlucky.
now.
I
All
think
right. Well,
if
we're
she-
back where we were.
Back to the status quo.
She had the wherewithal. I think she was holding W the whole time. Maybe if she wasn't holding W, she lands short and on the platform, but still very unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was a pretty janky angle either way.
Ah, man. And Xahrak, of course, defaults back to normal strat.
It's only fair.
Just skip riddles. Yeah. We'll take riddles out of the next race. You can just skip over the level.
True.
Load of fly save. I'm down. Actually, can we skip flies instead? Can we get one veto level?
Just everyone gets one.
Yeah.
It's a throw, not to pick overhill. Then
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
one menu glitch.
that would actually be funny.
Oh, Ember going back for the save.
It's been seeing that a lot across runners. That save is somehow invisible until you talk to the dwarf. I'm pretty sure.
It's true. She's
I mean-
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that was not the angle.
slightly too far right.
Yeah. One thing I'd like to see in future races is a like very fast reaction time on when you know you've missed, and then you load in to skip that death
Oh,
animation
yeah.
because it is a lengthy one.
Yeah, where the meta evolves to loading the saves.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
races
it's a tough timing. To
Yeah.
Do that.
races aren't super common in the Hobbit community, so the racing meta is not very fleshed out, as you can see. Backups, everything's looking a little shaky, and for now we can enjoy that.
Hope people just be consistently busting out 12s in races. Like it's no one's
Imagine.
business.
That would be ridiculous. But not impossible,
For sure.
technically.
Wonder how Xahrak's feeling right now.
Uh,
Ooh, probably
was that
shaken
a
up.
mistake? Not sure. I think he set his clip warp on the log.
Yeah. He should have it on the rock, actually.
Ooh.
Oh, nope. You were right, Kyro.
Works out for
Wait,
him.
he's going the... Wait, oh, okay, never mind. I'm tweaking. I thought he was going the wrong way.
No, no,
I
no.
am trolling.
I was
I'm
gonna
just
make
shook.
another riddles joke there, but
Do it.
nah.
Fuck it. Do it.
Nah. I can't do you like that, not after my own performance.
Oh, it was gonna be on. It was gonna be
Oh,
against me.
man.
Oh my gosh, man. Sheesh.
Eesh.
But anyway,
They
Ember's
are
now
in the
making
same
the
level.
place.
Honestly, not
Yep.
that big of a disparity.
Yep. I mean, Flies is a long level, but to be this close is, this is a good race.
Now let's see. Xahrak has been clean on barrels all day. See if we can pull this one out.
Surely. Xahrak always complaining about how bad his barrels is. He's like the kid that didn't study for the test but gets an A. Every
Oh.
single...
Oh,
no, he
okay,
saves
he's got
those.
Oh, he got it.
Every
Yeah.
single time.
There
Yep.
it is.
I'm starting to think that I don't like Xahrak anymore. Thoughts?
What seed did you put him in?
Oh, I was randomized.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
okay.
random. Yeah. But he do be looking like a 1 seed, that's for sure.
Definitely. Saving here?
Yeah.
Has he been doing that?
that.
I hadn't
Yep.
picked up on that.
Yeah, he's
I feel
been
like that's a
doing that.
weird one.
I mean,
Ember-
I could understand it because,
Oh.
if you mess up here...
Oh, Ember with the game knowledge, going for the long
What?
jump. That's something
She
that's
missed.
really only kept for alternative routes, but can be quite useful when you need it.
Yeah, she missed the slope boost once, and I thought for sure she was.
Oh, that's bad. How
How
far
do you
back are you
actually-
going?
How do you manage that? That was impressive.
Oh, that's happened to me before. Not that bad. How far she's been put back, but it's adding up. It's looking like a done deal.
She split the uprights with that one. That was
Ooh, wasting the jump attack. What does she do? Is she gonna go for the long jump right away or web? Looks like a long
probably the
jump.
back up. Yeah, long jump.
Taking her sweet time.
That long jump actually is way easier than the overhill one.
Yes,
Oh yeah, 100%.
absolutely.
1,000,000%.
I don't know if Ember did the no jump attacks craze when that happened.
I don't
That
know
would
where Ember
definitely
picked it
help
up
out.
from, but
It
yeah,
is
let's
really
see.
interesting though, seeing all these alternate strats that you would never really see.
Oh yeah, every run is like a bit of personality. It's fun to see.
Yep.
You see where people know their strengths and weaknesses. You see interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
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 getting
she's
a
a
weird
fast
clip there
up.
for Ember, but it was second try, and it doesn't look like it's gonna cut it. Xahrak though, anything can happen here. Misses it.
Oh,
Uncharacteristic. Let's start
He's-
counting them. That's one. Is this the
Yeah.
Ember curse? Does going up against Ember make you miss inside info?
Oh, no.
Let's find
Don't
out
remind
today.
me.
Oh no!
don't
oh
remind me.
no!
Is the Ember curse real? Oh,
Oh,
Oh, the miss.
unfortunate
what?
though.
That's where the Xahrak save comes in.
Yeah, no amount of voodoo is gonna help with that. Unless Xahrak though.
he
What were
missed
we
it
talking
again.
about? Loading when you spot the mistake, so
does
you
react.
skip that death animation.
These inside info misses
That's
really
two.
add up.
They do.
I do, but Ember is not making the most of it. Missing
Oh,
the
man.
clip for Xahrak.
If Ember didn't die, this would start to get pretty dicey. But
You know, I'm starting to think I know where Xahrak is getting his VODs from.
oh man, you really you're doing this right now. aren't you?
Yeah, let's bring up the tape.
If you wanted to,
Oh my god,
It's
Wait, hold
happening.
up.
if you wanted to, you could roast me back. You're being very polite right now, and I appreciate it.
Nah, it's all good. I'm
Man.
almost
Ooh, is that a
updated.
clip miss? No, he does make
Oh.
up for it. Oh no, he's
he got
clipping
back
in.
in. He's
Oh.
clipped in.
It's
No, you
really,
can- you
it's
can- you
really
can get
hard to
out.
clip back in.
You
It's-
can get out here, but it's
Oh, he
Oh!
got it. Dude, that is so
That was
awkward.
clutch.
He
That was
knew the
clutch.
spot. That's crazy.
Does he keep it
I
together
didn't even
though?
know that.
That's good. Yeah,
Oh man.
Yep, totally
oh,
good.
wow.
Ember is not that far behind, but if she had made it count in a warm welcome, we'd be looking at an even game right now.
Yep.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but still, very, very close.
For sure. It looks like Xahrak is shook a little bit.
Yeah,
Ring
and
on early?
especially-
It's the ring.
Yeah,
He ain't playing games.
Don't want to mess around with that.
Yeah. And I wonder if he has the stream open. Because for me, I don't have the stream open, so right now I would be panicking if I was him if I didn't.
I
have it.
did talk to Xahrak. He mentioned that he wasn't gonna like actively look at the stream, but he might keep it open. So I think maybe during a warm welcome he noticed his lead, so he's not that panicked.
Yeah, he probably has an idea.
But missing inside info that many times has to add a bit of pressure.
Let's see if Ember can keep her hopes alive by hitting inside info first try. Would be nice.
Yep,
And she does get it.
Just barely though.
the curse is one-sided.
Yeah, so we're going to need a mistake from Xahrak, but Ember is definitely giving herself a chance to
It's-
stay in it.
It's possible. I say it every time, but it hasn't come true yet. But between Corwin Skip and Wall Walk, there's a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need a messed up Corwin skip at this point because messing up just the wall walk wouldn't be that much time.
I don't think he's going for Wall Walk.
Yeah, he probably
On-
won't.
Unless he hasn't looked at the stream in a while and he's really overestimating his mistake, but no, he's
Oh no, yeah, he's not going
an
for it.
Ember clipping out there, not what you need to see. What can really happen here for Xahrak? I think that the last thing is for him to fall into the pits.
It's either falling into the pit or hitting the cutscene trigger. and
Does
if
pass
he
up this
doesn't-
save, so if it does happen, then
If he doesn't know the all quest strat, then it could be pretty bad.
We'll have to find out here.
For right
Yeah.
now, not much for him to really mess up.
Ooh. Ember missing the slow boost too. Almost seals it.
yep.
Unless, again, the huge mistakes you guys were talking about.
It's unlikely,
Nice.
but you can never rule it out. Clears the first two gaps. Even this gap, if you get greedy on your third long jump here, it can go wrong, but Xahrak's just fine. Last thing that can happen is for him to fall, and then maybe hit the cutscene. And I guess if we're really reaching, he slow boosts out of bounds. But
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, but I don't know.
question mark? All in all, though, for how rough the mid game was, it ended up quite close, and Xahrak is going to end
we
it
go.
there with his worst time today, but still good enough. It's taken to
Still
grand
GGs.
finals.
Still very respectable. Calm under pressure.
Absolutely.
GG's.
GG's to the bloke staying on the top. And the question is, will Shocky be taken down? The Brit.
I would like to point out that Shocky, the mistake happened here. So I don't know.
Which one?
Well, Xahrak has filled his mistake quota.
Oh, you meant.
true.
Oh, I
It
totally
was
forgot
pretty
about.
rough.
Oh man,
Man.
heck and heck, dude.
Alright,
Yeah,
well,
he might have gotten it out of him.
the one benefit you might have is Xahrak is unfortunately going back-to-back races. So maybe you'll have a little bit of that tension left in him.
The gamer fatigue.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's gone through quite a bit. But, you know, not too much pressure on him today. This is definitely the most he's had.
Oh man.
Big respect to Ember, though. Crazy, crazy.
Absolutely.
Semifinals for being rusted, not a bad showing for sure.
Absolutely. So, Shocky, I'm going to ask you to step into the gauntlet. Kyro, I'm going to ask you to give us a preview, a sneak peek of what's going to happen soon, and I'll get these runners set up.
All right.
Alrighty. All right, boys and girls, and those of gender nonconformity. It is time for the finals. We've got Shockster, the #1 seed, against Xahrak. Xahrak completely just cruising through his bracket. Had a little bit of a slip up in this last race. But both Shockster and Xahrak looking really, really good. I think definitely Shocky is feeling the pressure a little bit. And I think that could be maybe a big difference. You know, he definitely felt it a little bit against Sidley. And, you know, he wasn't sure what was going on during my race either. You know, the drawback of not watching the stream is when you mess up, you're not really sure how bad your situation is.
Hello, hello. I've got a quick update for us. Xahrak just came out of his race, so it is only deserved that we have a small little 5-minute break before going into the next one. Everyone,
Very fair.
get excited for grand finals. Get yourself your final snack. Stay hydrated. And we'll see you in 5.
Yo, 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 we're back, everybody. It's time. The big boys are here to play. It's Shockster and Xahrak, the world record holder, and the young blood. Xahrak going absolutely crazy in this tourney. We'll see if Shockster can keep his consistency, prevent some of those unfortunate mistakes. In this race, I don't think either of these players can afford to make that one big, like 30 to 1 minute time loss. I'm just excited to see it. The exciting thing about this game is that, the storyline of a run can change so fast. You go from less than a minute in the first level, and you're quickly through the first few, and then once you hit Overhill, it's just a big endurance match. So many things in Overhill that can go wrong, and I'm interested to see who goes for what save. I'm assuming Xahrak and Shockster not going to go for the save right after the wiggle clip, which saves plenty of time, unless you die, and then that's a big bad. If somehow they just don't save at all, I will be very surprised. There's a couple saves where there's just no point not doing it. Like on the pillar skip, always save there, and especially on riddles, always save before the cart. I'm trying to think. There's a couple other saves that are just barely out of reach. But either way, big excitement. Everybody get real hyped. And for those of you who are watching, if you haven't played The Hobbit before, if you're interested in it or just interested in talking to the people, the runners, we've got the Hobbit Discord. We've got so many resources. Easy install, practice tools, updated resources. So if anybody in here is, feeling the itch, and especially if you're not just a new player, but a returning player, The Hobbit, it's a great community. Now I'm just like, there's not really much to say other than these guys just can't mess up. They both, I think, can smell blood in the water. Xahrak, Shockster's made big mistakes. Xahrak has made a big mistake finally. The pressure's on both of them. I think even if Xahrak doesn't end up coming out with the W, it's just a big, I think he should feel great about his performance. And really everybody should. A lot of people, including me, coming off of not playing the game for a long time. And, you can see the rust at points, but really it's been going pretty good. Alrighty, I see the games, and I see on my end, I see the menu screen.
All right, I'm back. This race should start any second now.
I got a at from Shockster if he would
Sorry, it
restart.
looks like we're getting a redo. False alarm, false alarm. I'll be right back.
Probably some splits issue or something. I mean, what is a live tournament without mess ups? You know, it just wouldn't be right. All right. For real this time. Good luck to both these guys. Some big names in the community going at it, man. Yeah, this is this is Shockster icing.
And we're
Xahrak
back.
in the way.
Race should start for real now.
All right.
I hope everyone's excited. I hope everyone got themselves a snack while they could. Looks like we
Alright,
still have the
and we're off.
slightest bit of desync, but it'll be alright.
Yeah. It'll be all good.
Can't be perfect, but we've got timers. We can check everything. Even if this is the closest race on the planet, we'll figure it out. For now, though, ooh, Shocky missing Dreamworld
misses it.
skip early. That's got to put him off his game.
Yeah, I can't actually remember.
Missing it
he missed
again. This is a rough start. And you hate to see a race start like this. You want it to be close until the end, but all the same, a comeback would be just as hype. And that was 2 misses. 2 misses and some setup. Probably about a 25, maybe a little less second difference. It's big, but not insurmountable.
Yeah, definitely big, and unfortunate for, Shockster not watching, so he doesn't really know how far behind he is, but I'm sure he's feeling the pressure at this point.
Definitely. A mistake as
Xahrak-
early as that can just shake up your entire run.
Yeah, and Xahrak definitely, he's smelling blood in the water, man.
Yeah, I wonder if he caught it. I wonder if he saw it happen. Because if he did, he must be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah.
He's at the momentum all this tournament, and he gets such a good start. I don't think he could ask for anything more.
Right.
Now, who do you think is going to win this? Forgetting whatever mistake happened, who do you got your hopes on?
I lean towards Shockster, but at this point, it's just such a slight difference.
Yeah.
You can't really compare the actual PB times because the races are so different.
And Shocky also missing Troll Hole.
He did say that he was having some trouble with Troll Hole before.
Oh, that boost still worked. He got the backwards boost, which can sometimes just make you miss the wall completely, but a little bit of good fortune there. Still in it. Still, this is definitely not easy to come back from.
He's behind by 30-ish seconds.
Something like that sounds about right. But
so nothing big.
As we've seen, overhill is usually where we really start to see the actual swings. Before that, it's still a toss-up.
Yeah,
it's going to come down to...
It can always go either way.
Yeah, lots of room for really big mistakes here.
Oh, Xahrak missing the pillar skip.
Yep, that's 1 miss. Doesn't have his jump attack back. Is going to send it again.
That's the unfortunate death animation where you get a fall damage, and then you can't
One thing I just realized that runners haven't been realizing is if you manually load there, you won't have to wait out the jump attack bar, because the manual load does recharge your jump attack.
Yep. Yeah, that's why taking the fall damage is so
Shocky,
bad,
though,
you don't really
does get pillar skip first try. It's going to make up a bit of time. Making it a little closer.
It's big for Shockster right now.
Can definitely see Shocky is feeling some pressure in his movement.
Yeah, you can see the angles are not quite as crisp as usual.
No rocks waiting for him, fortunately.
Xahrak definitely not as fast as Shockster on the wiggle clip, but we'll see if Shockster can get his usual speed.
Right. And Xahrak is coming up on what has kind of been the race killer right here, the islands right before Bean Island.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Not necessarily clean, but anything is better than falling in the water.
Absolutely.
Now, can Shocky do the same? You'll need to. Ooh,
Yeah,
clean
both of these
movement.
runners-
Oh, but it gets the ledge grab.
Yeah, no second island.
Now,
I
what
don't know
is
if there was any
Shocky
second island in
thinking
this
here?
tournament.
May have not been. Ooh, Shocky skipping the save. That's scary. I feel like he might be shaken up enough to the point where this might be close. Oh, but that was so clean. It was perfect. Right as late as possible. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect timing on that. He held shift
I
early.
don't know if I agree with the play, but who am I to say?
I mean, it paid off, so that's the things you have to go for,
He
especially in
did
grand
need
finals.
it, but I feel like that time elsewhere would have been better spent. But well, we can only tell at the end. At the very end, Xahrak though clearing overhill. Shocky not that far behind.
Yeah, the gap honestly is closing a
Ooh.
little bit.
Missing the boost once, but not losing his jump attack, so not catastrophic at all. Now, Riddles is an interesting one. Xahrak had been looking very good, but did have a miss last run. I wonder what's going to happen this time. I wonder if he's feeling less confident now. Because so far, you can just see the confidence from him, but he has taken a few hits now.
Yeah, especially missing all those inside informations. You go from supreme confidence to there's a big oof that could happen far in the run.
Absolutely. We're going to find out right now.
And
Let's
he's
do the
definitely gonna
movement
go
for it.
fast cut.
Yep. Rocky picking up that save. That's a good jump. Yep, that was clean. Not a fast cycle, but definitely not a bad one.
Yeah, not a fast cycle, but he's not missing out on much.
Jockey, though, also not going for the fast cycle. Interesting.
Yeah, and we're only...
Xahrak 3 slashes, that is a little much for the cycle he's going for, but I think it'll work out.
Yeah, I think like 2-ish.
Yeah.
The 3 is totally fine.
It's hard to
Yeah,
tell
he's
on that
totally good.
particularly one, because if you slash extra, you die to an invisible card, not a visible one.
Yeah, you can't really see how close he was.
Jockey's also fine on it, and despite the kind of polarizing start, this is still quite close.
Yeah, really? At this point, it just seems like the Dream World difference.
Yeah, and Trollhole.
Yeah, and Troll is a big one.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Xahrak, though,
Troll
missing
holes.
the boost. Not aware of the lock boost back up, although, not to stroke my own ego too much. I
Although
think I'm the
that's
only one who would go for that.
That's a deep cut, even though it's a brand new thing.
That is definitely making up the gap now. I don't think this is any more than like a 4-second difference, maybe less now.
Yeah, this is very, very extremely close.
That's
Xahrak
what we
going
like.
for the
That's what we
save.
like to see, though. I was worried that this might have been a blowout due to some big mistakes, but ooh, I should
Shockey
not have been
misses it.
talking. Shockey does miss it. He's gonna go for the save reload to get his jump attack back, but that's still a
Gotta set it up
hefty,
fast.
hefty setback.
Yeah. And you can see, like, Shockey missing long jumps he characteristically wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
The pressure really comes on in these grand finals.
Absolutely. And he knows. He's been watching Xahrak all this tournament from front row seats. He knows what he's going up against, and that can't make it any easier.
Okay, Xahrak going for the save there.
Little save there.
He's playing a little more safe than I think he was before, but just slightly.
It's interesting, because if he has his eyes on the stream right now, he's got to realize that Shockey has been clawing his way back.
Yeah. I mean, just we're still at like a 10-15 second difference, but any little mistake,
Especially with barrels here. Xahrak missing once, not getting dropped though. Second
Okay, he's
try.
in.
That is still quite good. Can Shockey get first try? W too early. Gets dropped. Looked like he wasn't far enough out on the setup. That's rough.
Dang.
It's very rough. Ooh, Okay, he's in.
Okay, he's in.
Definitely looking shaky.
All right.
Now I wonder
think-
what's going to be going through these runners' heads as they're chilling in the water, taking a dip.
I mean, inside information, this is the make or break point. Really.
Absolutely, and they got to realize it, and they'll get plenty of time to think about it, which I don't know is a good thing.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that go through your head when you're on a run and you're floating, but it's much different in a race setting because, I mean, Shockster does not really know what, if he's behind, if he's ahead.
Yeah, I mean he's got to feel something. Like he has not been playing amazing, but it hasn't been all that bad. There's been some big misses, but the overall gameplay and movement has still been very, very decent.
Yeah. And this might have been the first time we've seen two people floating at the exact same time.
You might be right, actually. Interesting. I guess that just goes to show, yeah. Read my mind. Grand Finals. They're here for a reason. Xahrak, though, definitely still ahead. Might have been hard to tell while they were going for a little dip, but not by too much. And if we have seen Xahrak's last inside information, you know, there might be a bit of fear.
Yeah, and even a single miss on the clip could be pretty big.
Absolutely.
I think that should be plenty of time for Shockster to get back, and especially if
wonder...
Shockster goes for the fast, like no setup.
I wonder if Shocky's gonna send the No, he's not gonna send the slow boost. Okay, I completely agree with that.
No, yeah, that would be crazy. Xahrak, no
Here
problem
comes.
on the clip. Oh, Shockster, no!
Oh, Xahrak, he looked a little far back. I'm not gonna lie, he doesn't make it.
Back.
Oh, that's a worse mistake than one of Shockster. Shockster is ahead now. But
Yeah,
can he
he's
hit
totally
inside
in.
info? Oh my, the pressure is immense.
Wow.
What a grand finals. Ooh, that looked good. Shocky makes it.
He got it.
Xahrak also gets the clip. This might just come down to who can get the cleanest clouds burst.
Here's the thing: if Shocky's not
Spiders?
watching, he might not know
Shocky
how
putting on the
close
ring.
it is.
I feel like Shocky, he's got to know something. He put on that ring. I don't think he would have put on that ring if he didn't feel like he had a chance.
Yeah.
Sticking to the plan. Xahrak having some trouble with the clip. A little bit slow there. That's not what he needs right now. I don't know if he realizes that he's the one on the back foot now. It's going to come down to the climax. The clouds burst. Shocky taking the early save.
I don't know, do you think either of these guys are going for wall walk?
I think Shocky's
Xahrak,
going
if he
for it.
knows.
I think Shocky's going for it. That early save, there's only one good reason to do that, and that's if you fear being soft-locked. Every other mistake you can recover from by death or otherwise. But if you soft-lock yourself, which is only really doable on wall walk, you're going to need that save.
Yeah, so I think he's going for it. I didn't see if Xahrak saved or not, but I'm
I didn't
assuming he's
see
going to
it.
go for wall
Ooh,
walk.
Shocky again. Ooh, that's bad.
Even-
What does he do? Does he load a save? He's going for the he's going for the ult strat,
Yeah, I think he's just going to go for it.
which is completely fair. So right now he's on a timer, meaning he's gonna have to get this clip quick and go
Clip
back
warp
to
is
the
so
old route.
far back though. He needs to get pretty far ahead.
It's good. It's good.
He's good. Wow, that was really good RNG.
Now if Xahrak goes for wall walk and hits it, that could change things back up. It's not gonna allow him to catch up all the way, but it will set him back on the right path.
Absolutely.
He's going for it. He must be watching the stream. He gets shot once. Ooh, that's throwing him off. He's still
Okay.
looking at him.
He
He
should-
might get shot again.
He should use the health potion. He has
just
a
go,
health
just
potion.
go, just go. The goblin's staring him down.
Oh
Oh,
my god, how did he not get shot again?
oh, no.
No!
Oh no, and Shocky's on the last stretch here. There's still things that can go wrong here, as mentioned every time, but these runners, they're so aware of it. But maybe that awareness will be their downfall. Shocky actually cutting it close with that long jump there.
Oh my goodness gracious.
But I think this might be case closed.
And both of these runners are just having a nasty time in this last race.
Absolutely. Is he going to avoid the cutscene? He does.
Okay, he does.
Decent margin.
Shouldn't really be anything.
I don't want to
here.
jinx anything, but he could overshoot this boost. But he does not. There is almost no feasible way for him to mess this up. And Shocky takes it. That was a 13:33 on the timer.
my
Is that the best time we've seen today?
That might be.
I think it is. Even Xahrak can top that. Xahrak himself wasn't even doing bad. Wow.
Yeah, that is what a race.
We're gonna have to get the winner in here.
Yep.
And I'm gonna forcibly drag him in. Shocky, my man! You won! How does it feel?
Yo.
Yo!
You know, I was kind of, man, that barrels was really bad, and then Cloud's Burst was as well. I didn't have the stream up, so I didn't know like what was going on, but I'm just happy I put together a run that was pretty good, respectable. 1333. It wasn't anything big in terms of mistakes. I did miss stream world like a couple times, but even then, I'm still happy with the final time I put up.
Yeah, so I guess you didn't realize how back and forth and close that race actually was.
I had no idea.
It might have been the best race we've seen today. You put on a great show, you and Xahrak.
Yeah, you guys were floating at the same time.
Was he like ahead?
He was ahead until
He was
Inside
ahead of
Info,
you.
which he missed.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Yep.
So the only reason I won is because he missed inside info.
possibly. It's hard to say for sure.
Wow.
Anything could have happened after.
Oh, I did fuck up the clip once, didn't I? I fell in the void too.
Yeah. But
Oh,
even
man.
with that, you were still.
Did
pretty
he not
handedly
save?
ahead. No, he did.
Oh.
It was just a bad
Wow.
mistake.
Yeah, I had
Oh,
no idea how close it was. Again, I was just trying to stick to my game plan. I did do some stuff differently. Obviously, I didn't save for Bean. I was really considering Inside Info, but the pace I was on, I knew that he could be at like... So Inside Info, my thought process here is, okay, I'm not on the best pace, and I know he's like could be on the pace that's similar or better.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't think, and if he was better, I didn't think I was like super far behind where I had to do like the normal strat we would do in runs. So I was like, I'm just gonna take it easy. I'm gonna save and do it that way.
It was impressive how
And,
composed you remained despite the quite rough start, honestly.
Yeah, man, freaking missed troll hole once, couple
Impressive.
dream worlds.
But that's why you got the world recce.
Ooh, I did take some names in chat with the twos next to their names. So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna have to have
you
a
took notes.
private convo. Yeah. I'm gonna have to have some stern words for some people in chat,
Alright.
but yeah.
How about we get Xahrak in here and get his thoughts?
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, Xahrak, you're here. Unmute whenever you feel ready.
I'm gonna say some very. Wait, no, I was gonna
Speak your mind.
No, it was a very good match.
It really was. Were you watching?
Yeah. No,
I mean, did you know the
Yeah, no, I
the pace and difference? You were.
I knew it was around about 10 seconds from what I know. I wasn't like watching the stream fully, but I was catching glimpses of it. I wouldn't have went for wall walk if.
Oh yeah, that
didn't
was
get through
honestly
by
very hype.
going.
It was very hype seeing you go for that. It was unfortunate that you got sniped. Do you think that kind of messed up your flow?
Oh, 100%.
Just
I don't know how
just
to feel. I'm very happy with runner-up. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, second
I
place
really
is
wanted to win.
absolutely nothing to scoff at. You went up against Shockster of all people.
I
You'd be
think
proud.
You
Oh,
should
yeah.
be very proud.
I
For the-
wasn't too
for the
far off
record-
it, so I will take that.
Can I just say one thing? For the record, I was gonna go for wall walk, but for some reason, that was the most sketchiest cornward skip ever, and I touched the mouse earlier than I normally would for some reason, which I never do. So I hit the cutscene and I had the bar, so I pretty much
Yeah.
had no choice but to do.
No,
But I was gonna
completely
go for wall
understandable.
walk. Let it be known.
Completely understandable. I don't think anyone would have blamed you if that was a conscious decision either.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to seem like a weenie and chicken out. So, but yeah, so that was fun, man. That was a great
Yeah,
time.
thank you guys so much for probably putting on the best race of the tournament in grand finals. Super impressed.
No
Thank you for throwing the
problems.
tournament.
Had to
I
take
mean-
it home for the colonies. Sorry,
Yeah,
didn't want to say it, but.
Oh, not the colonies.
So good, so good.
Sorry, I had to say it, but nah, GG's up for real.
It's so
was
good.
fun.
It was a good run. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
GG.
fun. So,
I did enjoy myself.
yeah.
Well,
But thanks for hosting the tournament too, MK. Can everyone thank MK for hosting it, doing production, commentary, and gameplay? Like, are you serious? Like, come on now.
yeah,
That was amazing.
not all of those were up to par though. Respectfully.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But also a shout out to everyone in this call right now. They've all been commentating and helping out. It's been a great tournament, thanks to them. And probably something that I'd like to do again in the future if anyone else would be interested.
I would
yeah,
100% sign up, no hesitation.
Also, don't forget about the chat and all the other runners who
Oh,
who participated.
absolutely.
All amazing people, and thanks for showing up, being here, and supporting the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. It was more than I expected. It was actually
Everyone,
a great
everyone was
turnout.
very sportsmanlike, got set up quick, listened well, performed great. Couldn't have asked for anything more.
Yeah, I do feel bad because I was gonna go, but then I was like, I know sometimes you use the timer if the streams are desync mid run, so I was like thinking about that. I was like, I don't know. So, that was kind of a little sketch. That was my bad for stopping. I should have just continued, and then if it was a problem, you would have stopped it. But so I do apologize for that. If it threw you
It's all
off,
right.
Eric, and stuff. But
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
yeah, it was my
Yeah.
bad.
Actually, you know what? No, it's not okay.
Yeah, rematch right now.
Rematch, on
Rematch
stream.
right now. I need that 15-second head start he took away from me.
Wow. Well, you still got a massive head start. Don't get it wrong. Chalky missed Dreamworld twice.
No, I know.
Yeah.
See.
The rematch we'll have to wait for next tournament, whenever that may be.
Yeah, but
That's
yeah,
true.
it was fun. So
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I think that's it for us. I'm gonna do one final thank you to everyone involved. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you to the commentators. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the players. Been a great time, and hopefully we'll catch you in the next one.
yeah, see you guys later.